We'll get a jet ski over there and grab him before he ends up on the beach. 6:58. Well, no, at half. So, we have been informed that was actually Ray Bales making a run in Blue Thunder. And he ran a 6:58 with a 7. All right, so now we're moving to Pro Jet. In the Pat Kinsey Drywall right lane, boat number 419 is Pat Hobbs. Sponsored by Hobbs Manufactured Homes, Morgan & Sons Racing, Huffman Performance, and Hobbs Motorsports. He calls that boat manufactured money. All right, quick announcement in the pits. When we call you to warm up, we need you to warm up, not come to the in-ramp. Don't come to the in-ramp until we call you. Creates a big old mess down there. But when we do call you to the in-ramp, that is not the time to start warming up. And if you don't make the call, you will not be allowed to run. So when we call you to warm up, get warmed up and be ready. If you do not make the call, you will not be allowed to make up. That's what David just told me. All right, and you need to take somebody with you to the in-ramp and the out-ramp. We've already announced it a couple of times. But please make sure you bring somebody with you to the in-ramp and the out-ramp. They need to pull the pin and replace the pin at the out-ramp. Henry wants to make sure that you guys got that memo. While we're waiting on this other boat, I think, we got some food vendors set up back here. If you're thinking maybe it might be time to get something to eat. Might be a little early for lunch, but that won't stop some people. They got Jasper's Barbecue, brisket sandwiches, sausage wraps, ribs, jalapeno poppers. Norma and Joe Donovan are set up back there with burgers, chips, and sweet tea. Fat Stacks Concessions got steak kebabs and drinks. And then Shiver Me Shavers. Jeremy Williams, he's got snow cones. He's also got smoothies and coffees. Shiver Me Shavers set up back there. Other vendors back there that are not selling food, Meanie's Busy Bees. They've got assorted cups and other items back there. And Drag Boat Review is set up there. You can get your subscription to the fastest show on water. Fastest news on the water, excuse me. And back here in the back, you got Emily set up with the SDBA merchandise trailer. Go by and get your official event shirts. She's also got racer shirts back there. She's got shirts from Party to the Max, A little more therapy. Wild Thing, Don't Blink, Liquid Voodoo. They got shirts, hats, and stickers. Nitro Nuts, Flat Nasty, Out of Reach, Aquaholic, Chicks Dig It, Whiskey Tango, and Through the Fire. Got shirts from all of those race teams over here at the merchandise trailer. Go by and see Emily. She'll get you squared away. All right, here we go. Starter call for the lights. We got 20 seconds on the countdown. In the Mackenzie drywall right lane, Pat Hobbs, boat number 419, calls that boat Manufactured Money. Pro Jet. So Pro Jet only runs to the 660 marker, which is going to be this yellow set of buoys right out here in front of me. And at that line, he ran a 5:00 with a 9. 5:00 with a 9. Did 63 hundredths of a second for a reaction time. All right, and I believe now we're just going to have some Pro Comp flats. These guys are a whole lot of fun to watch. Pro Outlaw, you guys should be warmed up, ready to go. Pro Outlaw should be warmed up, ready to go. I'll be calling you shortly. Pro Modified, you're on deck. All right, here we go. Pro Comp Flat, running on a dial-in. In the Fun and Sun boats and tackle left lane is boat number 238. That's Vic Fugate out of Fort Worth, Texas. Calls the boat flat, blacked out. Special thanks to Brent Fugate, Tony Hendrick Racing Engines, Two Guys Marine, and David Carroll Racing. He's dialed in at a 660. In the Mackenzie drywall right lane is Cole Hendrick and Flat Attack, dialed in at a 6.8. All right, final call for Pro Outlaw. Pro Outlaw, this is your final call. No. Okay, Pro Comp Flat, this is your final call. Pro Comp Flat, your final call. Pro Outlaw, need you guys to the in-ramp, please. Pro Outlaw, need you at the in-ramp. Pro Modified, need you warmed up, ready to go. Top Alcohol Flat. You guys are on deck, grab your gear. You folks over there on the far side up under that tree, I know that looks like a really comfy spot, but it's really a dangerous spot. And if we could, we'd like to ask y'all to move up away from the water, please. Over on the far side of the course, if y'all could move up and away from the water, we would sure appreciate it. All right, here we go. Pro Jet now in the Pat Kinsey Drywall right lane. Boat number 356 is Robert Ledbetter out of Waco, Oklahoma. Calls the boat the Honey Badger. Running to the 660 marker right out here in front of us, the yellow buoys. Robert Ledbetter's been having himself a solid season. Runs a 366 with a 2 for 135 mile an hour pass to the 660, which is this yellow set of buoys right out here in front of me. 0.2 of a second for a reaction time. You folks over there on the far side of the course, I don't know if y'all can hear me or not, but I really do need y'all to move away from the water, up the side of the bank a little bit, please. I know that looks like a really comfy spot right there. All right, once we get a green course in the Pat Kinsey Drywall right lane, boat number 987 is Jeremy Dickerson out of Lake Charles, Louisiana. He calls that boat Can't Quit. So Jeremy Dickerson in the right lane, boat number 987, Pro Jet, going to be running to the 660 line right here at the yellow buoys. Calls the boat Can't Quit. He ran a 386 with a 0 for 124 mile an hour pass. So quick announcement real quick. Golf carts, we need y'all not to be running down this sidewalk right here along the water line. We got way too many people in here. We need you guys to please get those golf carts off the sidewalk so we don't run over anybody. All right, so any kids 12 and under out here that are listening to me, the first two that can come over here and tell me the color of Henry Bainey's Don't Blink boat will get yourself a free hat. Look at there, we got one. Here, right here. There we go. We got two winners right here. Thanks, Henry. Appreciate you, buddy. That's awesome. Yeah, we already got our two winners. I'm sorry. We already got our two winners.
We'll do it again.
We'll do it again. All right. So while I'm looking at them, the RESP gals are back here working hard, getting their silent auction items sent up. That silent auction, I believe, going to start at noon. Is that correct, ladies? Start at noon. All right. Like I said before, these guys, their entire operation is funded by donations and memberships. So whatever you can do to help them to get a little extra money to help support their program, that would be a good thing. They're also raffling off tickets for a Yeti 110 cooler. That'll be raffled off in November at the NJBA final in Bakersfield, California. You don't have to be there to win. Go grab yourself a ticket. Or two or three or four. All right, here we go. Pro Comp Flat. In the Fun and Sun, boats and tackle left lane. Boat number 099 is Dylan Crownover out of Granite Shoals, Texas. Sponsored by Crownover Fence and Welding, J&M Kenzie Plumbing. They call that boat Bad Company 2, and he's dialed in at a 6.3. And in the Pat Kenzie Drywall right lane, boat number 502 is Andy Comstock. Calls the boat Whiskey Tango. He's dialed in at a 642, sponsored by Night Sales and Manufacturing, Element Salon, and special thanks to his son Chase and friend Tony for all they do. You take a big old 500 cubic inch engine and slap it into a flat bottom boat, and then you run it down the liquid quarter mile at 100 plus mile an hour, and that's what it looks like. It's a whole lot of fun. Andy Comstock in the right lane, dialed in at a 642, ran a 636 with a 2 for 125 mile an hour pass. And Dylan Crownover on the other side, dialed in a 6.3, ran a 641 with a 7. And that's good enough to put him in the number 2 qualifying spot. Andy Comstock will be riding the number 3 spot coming into the second round. One more time in the pits. Want to remind you, please make sure you send an extra person with your tow vehicle to help pull the pins and replace the pins at the in-ramp and out-ramp respectively, so we don't end up with any pinched fingers from any of our volunteers. We sure appreciate it. All right, here we go with another pair of Pro Comp Flat in the Fun and Sun. Boats and tackle left lane. Boat number 323 is Frank Carter out of Liberty Hills, Texas. Liberty Hill, Texas. Calls that boat Flat Flying. Sponsored by Magnum Trailers. His wife, Carrie Carter. His financial advisor. Special thanks to his relentless crew, Everett and Jarrett Huddleston, and the Hudgens family for all their help. He's dialed in at a 6 flat. And in the Pat Kenzie Drywall right lane, boat number 034 is Mr. Jeff Loring out of Los Alamos, New Mexico. Calls the boat Nasty Rumors. Thanks to Jay and Lori Crocker. Thanks for all their support. Thanks to Jerry and Jessica Hardwick, Jeff Lindeman, and his crew chief, Tony Elam. Those guys made the long trip over here on Thursday. Got everything set up, ready to go. Jeff Loring, that's a brand new machine for him this season. Started out a little timid, but man, he's making it run now. He's dialed in at a 587. Watch that boat, it runs. I told you that boat would run. Jeff Luring dialed in at a 587, ran a 589 with a 2 for 133 mile an hour pass. Frank Carter on the other side dialed in a 6 flat, ran a little fast, 595 for 135 mile an hour pass. Woo! Couple of nice looking runs right there. Pro Outlaw, this is your final call to the in-ramp, please. Pro Outlaw, your final call to the in-ramp. Pro Modified, ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Mod, we're ready for you at the in-ramp. Top Alcohol Flat, start warming them up. Top Alcohol Hydro, be standing by. You guys are coming up after that. Pro Outlaw, this is your final call. Pro Mod, ready for you guys at the in-ramp. Top Alcohol Flat, start warming them up. All right, so Top Alcohol Flat and Top Alcohol Hydro. Go ahead and warm them up, be ready. Personal Watercraft, that means you guys are on deck for your second round. Personal Watercraft, you're on deck for second round. Pro Mod, you should be bringing them to the in-ramp. Top Alcohol Flat, Top Alcohol Hydro. Go ahead and get them warmed up and ready. Personal Watercraft, grab your gear. You guys are on deck. All right, here we go. Two more Pro Comp Flats in the Fun and Sons. Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle left lane. Boat number 075 is Larry Skiro out of Highland Haven, Texas, sponsored by Blue Water Irrigation and Landscape. John and Pat Heineke, Signs Across Texas. Joey Witterberg, Construction. Charla Cormier with EXP Realty, Triple C Liquor, Four Season Ranch, D&J Construction, Thornblum Plumbing, Casaperio Equipment, Highland Lakes Watercraft, Thomas Mustang Lube, Houston Heat Treat, Chris Osborne, Austin Ashland, and his wife Julie. They call that boat Flat Nasty, and he's dialed in at a 609. In the Pat Kinsey Drywall right-hand lane, boat number 331 is Tim Ortiz. Never Satisfied, the name of the machine, out of Conroe, Texas. Dialed in at 6.5, sponsored by Pat Kinsey Drywall, Pat, Rhonda, Archer, Gage, and Cash. Thank you to his wife supporting this crazy adventure. And a big thank to Milton and Jen Tolan for all their help. Here we go. Those boys aren't done yet. Both of them turned it red. Larry Skiro by 27 thousandths. Tim Ortiz by 85 thousandths. Tim Ortiz was a little fast at both ends. Dialed in at a 6.5, ran a 6.62 with an 8. Larry Skiro was too fast at both ends. He dialed at 6.09, ran a 6.01 with a 4. All right. So while we're getting those other boats in the lanes, I have right here a super awesome picture of Liquid Voodoo. If you were in San Angelo last month, you saw this run. Holy moly, it was absolutely amazing. But we're going to give this thing away now that I got a boat running. It's the way it works, right? We're going to give this thing away if somebody can tell me what 2 records they broke in San Angelo. They broke 2 records in San Angelo. If you can tell me what they were and what the results were, this picture is yours. Come and get it. I'll try again once the boat quits running.
I got
You got me?
Oh, no.
What do you got? What do you got? What did they break?
What?
What records did they break? That's the answer I need to give you the picture.
249.
Okay, so that's one. Think about it. Come back. We'll see what we can do. Back to business. Right now, in the Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle left lane, boat number 521 is Rick Blethroad out of Odessa, Texas. Calls the boat Wild Thing. That boat's got twin turbos on it. Looks pretty crazy going down the course, but it runs like a champ. 5.2 seconds is the index for Pro Outlaw. Sponsored by Alliance Machine, Lone Star Gasket, and AAA RV. And in the Pat Kinsey Drywall right lane, boat number 777 is Eric Dement. Calls the boat Real Bad Boy. He's racing out of Luling, Texas. Special thanks to the crew, Perch, Bass, Brandon, Mason, and Logan. Thanks to Ronnie Odom for all the help. 5.2 seconds the index. Pro Outlaw.
Mike, what do you think?
right, you guys think you got it? There you go. Nice job. 249 miles an hour and a 3.17. They broke 2 records in San Angelo. Broke a mile per hour record and an ET record for Top Fuel Hydro. All right, so we got a little bit of a lane change, or a crew change down there. Anyway, Cody Childress now going to be in the left lane out of Nemo, Texas. Calls the boat Bad Influence. Boat number 077. Couple of Pro Outlaws running on a 5.2 second index. Pro Outlaw, y'all. 5.2 seconds is the index. Couple of nice looking runs right there. Cody Childress in the left lane. Off the line in 1300ths of a second. Ran a 5:21 with a 6 on a 5.2 index. And that'll give him the number 1 qualifying spot through the first round. In the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane, Eric Dement and the real bad boy. 88 thousandths of a second for his reaction time. Ran a 5.12 with a 1. For a 172 mile an hour pass and broke out by 78 thousandths of a second. So I said a little while ago, Mr. Colton Jordan showed up to make an appearance. The man, the myth, the legend. Welcome back, buddy. What have you been up to?
I don't know about all that now, but God, does it feel good to be back in Waco, Texas.
Right?
My goodness. The place where this all started, 2019, Brother Mike Griffith from Trinity Racing Ministries, you know, I'd been to Tulsa, and he had seen me in Tulsa and all that kind of stuff. So, and then now that all this has started, and now I'm hooked, and this is expensive and crazy, but that's what happens to you whenever you come out here drag boat racing. But God, it is so good to see my drag boat family again. It's been since November, since Phoenix.
We've been missing you a little bit. We're glad you're here.
I've been missing you guys beyond words.
Here, we got another pair up there. Tell us what we got.
Bill Wire and Rick Blethrow, the next 2 Pro Outlaws on the whole road right now. The Front and Side Boats and Tackle and Yamaha left-hand lane. Bill Wire driving alcoholic behavior. Will be over there for the first session of qualifying. Pulling him to the hold rope now, and he'll be alongside of that wild thing, Rick Blethrow, the twin turbocharged Hemi that is a masterpiece.
That thing is a beast.
It is a masterpiece. The little bitty fittings and like everything on this boat he had to specially make for this combination, and it is some kind of awesome. So Rick Blethrow coming to us out of Odessa, Texas for Alliance Machine, Lone Star Gasket, AAA RV, and Bill Wire out of Marble Falls, Texas for the BW Construction Company, Opie's Barbecue, Jackson Electric, Bayside Buggies, BCMT Trucking, Truck County Outfitters, and special thanks to the hard-working crew. Bill Wire, of course, your winner in El Reno just a couple of years ago. He's been close since then, but hasn't been able to seal the deal.
Just can't quite close it up.
Just quite yet, but Waco has been really good to him in the past, so he's looking to turn that around. And Rick Blethrow, y'all better watch that thing, because as soon as he pulls the capsule down, he is going to get on the two-step of that thing and build the boost up with those turbos, and it's going to sound like a machine gun going off, but don't hit the ground. Everything is okay. This is not Vietnam. We're all good. So,
hey, real quick, let me interrupt you real fast. We got some folks over there on the far side of the course. I know that spot looks super comfy. You're like the third group of people to sit there, but we're really going to need you guys to please move up away from the water.
I'm just letting you know that boat coming to you at 170 miles an hour does not look as good that close.
Yeah, if we could get you guys to just move up off the water, that'd be perfect. You can stay over there and watch the race all you want, but that is not a safe place to be.
They don't have hood ornaments, but you would be one. They don't have hoods, but you would be a hood ornament. So, ladies and gentlemen, the countdown clock at 5 seconds. They'll pull the capsules down. Listen to the boost of the turbos. Let's see, who's going number one? A couple of really, really nice runs. Bill Wire, 5:12 with an 8, 180 miles an hour. That thing was moving out the back, and look at the turbo boat over there, 536 with a 0, 173 miles an hour. You could tell about middle ways of the course. He was kind of tiptoeing. First pass of the weekend. Don't really want to hurt anything. Don't really want to push it too hard. So Rick Blethrow, I think they'll be okay with that. Over here into Pat Kinsey, right-hand lane.
That's still good enough for the number 2 qualifying spot. Bill Wire got there too fast and broke out.
Yeah.
71 thousandths of a second too early for 180 mile an hour pass.
Look at the speed, man.
Yeah.
180 miles an hour. Like I said, it was motivated from the 8th mile to the 1,000-foot clocks. Absolutely moving as the next two. I believe it's going to be pro modified coming up on the hold rope now. God, it feels so good to be back out here, Mike. How have you been, brother?
I've been good. I've been busy. Holy
I've been
moly.
watching you guys on Racer H2O all year long. Racer H2O, thank you guys so much for being here in Waco. You were out there in the sunshine. Can we get this guy an umbrella or something?
Somebody get him some shade.
Goodness. I hope you brought plenty of sunscreen, because you're going to need it. Racer H2O.
He did get a shade in Brady, and it tried to blow away, so now he's just kind of hanging out in the water.
Thing.
Right?
Yeah. As the next two get pulled up. Don't forget, racers, tonight we have our memorial for Max Davis. I just want to say a quick word. I'm not going to stay very long, but God, do I miss Max Davis. And I know everybody here at the SDBA does. It was really, really tough to go over there and to see Max's boat sitting there. But we're going to have a memorial service for him, and we're going to celebrate the amazing life that Max Davis led here.
Absolutely. It's going to be a good time.
It's going to be a great time. So everybody is welcome to come celebrate Max a little bit.
Pro Modified, if you're not at the in-ramp, I need you there. Sorry about that, Colton.
No, go ahead.
Pro Mod, if you're not at the in-ramp, we need you there. You guys are running late. Top alcohol flat, top alcohol hydro. You guys should be warmed up, ready to go. Pro Outlaw, we're still working on them in the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane. Boat number 777 is Steve Carter. Calls the boat money for nothing. Sponsored by Carter Paint and Body, Wolf Auto Machine, Gumby Performance, MTR Performance, PPG, Mickey's Toy Box, Bespoke Coatings, IMP, and Integrated Metal Products. I think that's probably what IMP stands for, isn't it? Money for nothing?
Yeah. I mean, anybody that has a drag boat knows that you spend the money for a good time.
Well, and he got Frank Mummy with his boat, throw in another 1,000. It's the way it works. Dump money in there and hope you win. That's the plan.
All right, so Gary Gray, our starter, gives the signal for Steve Carter to go ahead and fire the boat up. Let's see where he lands at his shot at a 5.20 here in Q1. I don't know exactly the, weather out there. I do know that we're looking at about 2,500 feet of density altitude, which is not that bad actually. So that's why you're seeing a couple of passes that are, pretty quick. So we'll see what Steve Carter, what kind of tune-up he threw in that thing this morning. He's been eating his Wheaties, I know that. Let's see. He shut it off about 875 feet, still goes 5.17.5, only 159 miles an hour. But that was the softest launch I think I've ever seen.
He was doing 165 at the 166 at 875 though, so he shut down right there.
Very much out of the throttle. But
and still,
whenever it left, that is all by design.
That was a launch.
How you manipulate these things in order to hit that 520 mark, and it almost worked.
I think he knew he was a little fast though. That's why he shut down. Give it a little bit to sort of coast to the end and hope it made it, and he still broke out by 24 thousandths of a second.
Well,
he'll play with that a little more.
On top of the water and started moving. Yeah, I think you're right. I think he knew that it was a little quick.
All right, top alcohol flat, top alcohol hydro. We're ready for your boats at the end ramp, please. Top alcohol flat, top alcohol hydro. Ready for you at the end ramp. Buh. That was easy to say, right? Personal watercraft. You guys need to start warming them up. Personal watercraft, start warming them up, get ready. Stock eliminator, you guys are on deck.
Well, Mike, thank you so much for allowing me
Well, you know what, you just need to come back up anytime you want. Come on up. This spot will always have room for you in it.
Thank you so much.
There you go, buddy.
Everybody enjoy Waco. Please be sure to stay hydrated out there. I cannot stress that enough. I know that, when you're having fun out there, it kind of slips your mind a little bit. Please drink plenty of water. Please wear plenty of sunscreen. And everybody have a great time here at the Duel on the Brazos.
Now you guys are hiding under the tree, which is pretty creative, but we still need you guys to please move up off of that rock and away from the water. Y'all don't even understand how dangerous it is right there where you're at, so we would really like for y'all to please move back up away from the water. That would be very helpful for us if you could do that, please. All right, here we go. We got a pair of Pro Mods now running on a 5.6 second index. In the front end sun, boats and tackle and Yamaha left lane. Boat number 115 is Greg Lempar. He calls that boat Anger Management, racing out of Comfort, Texas. Sponsored by Jeff Rose, the Cocky Rooster Bar, Jeff Trailer Hills Sales, and thanks to Jamie and Jerry for their help. And in the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane, boat number 178 is Daryl Mad Max Ehrlich. Calls the boat out of reach, driving for Doug Mader out of Round Rock, Texas. Sponsored by Daryl's Equipment, Social Security and Retirement. Thanks to the crew, and special thanks to Jordan Hayes at Hayes Welding. Daryl and Angie, Chris, Randall, Yvonne, Mackenzie, Angela, and Dan for all of their help. 5.6 seconds is the index for Pro Modified. Got 15 seconds on the countdown. Mad Max, Daryl Ehrlich in the right lane. Greg Lempar, Anger Management in the left. 5.6 seconds is on the index. And here we go. I guarantee you that is not the run Daryl Ehrlich was looking for. The boat jumped and died, and that was the end of that. And I believe we're going to need His truck and trailer back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for boat number 178, back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for 178, back to the in-ramp. Greg Lempar in the left lane turned it red by 49 thousandths of a second. It ran a 5:52 with an 8, which is a little faster than the 5.6 index. He broke out by 71 thousandths of a second. But it's still good enough right now for the number 1 qualifying spot. I do not expect that to hold, because there is some really stiff competition still to come. Mallory Carroll's on deck. Henry Bainey, Jay Hudgens, Robin Reed. A lot of good competition still to come in Pro Modified. Speaking of Jay Hudgens and Mallory Carroll, they're up next. In the Fun and Sun, boats and tackle and Yamaha left lane. Boat number 832 is Jay Hudgens. Calls the boat Aquaholic out of Burnett, Texas. Sponsored by Magnum Trailers, Reali's Italian Cafe, RoostersRepairs.com, and Cody Childress. And special thanks to the crew chief, Dustin Hudgens, and the crew. And in the Pat Kensey drywall right lane, boat number 810 is Mallory Carroll. Calls the boat A Little More Therapy out of Marble Falls, Texas. Sponsored by David Carroll Racing, WCR, and Trinity Racing Ministries. 5.6 seconds is the index. Once again, you folks over on the far side of the course down there under that tree, if we could get y'all to move up away from the water, we would really appreciate it. That is not a safe location where you guys are at. We really need you guys to move up, please, if you can. We got just a moment here or two. Want to thank our sponsors for making it possible for us to be here for the party on the Brazos. Want to thank Acorn Waste Solutions, AMR Ambulance Service, Safeway Oil Reclamation, Ready Ice, Waco Tours, Texas Parks and Wildlife, Pura Vida Paddle Company, Texas Golf Carts, Crossroads Fellowship, the staff of Waco Parks and Recreation, the City of Waco, and SoCal Speed Shop here in Waco. All of those folks helping to sponsor us here for the Southern Drag Boat Association, and we appreciate them all very, very much. Don't forget, we do have some food vendors back there. We got Jasper's Barbecue set up. They've got brisket, sausage wraps, ribs, jalapeno poppers. Norma and Joe Donovan are set up back there with burgers, chips, and sweet tea. Fat Stacks Concessions has got steak kebabs and drinks. And Shiver Me Shavers is set up back there with snow cones, smoothies, iced coffees, all of that stuff. So go back there and check out some of our food vendors. And while you're at it, stop by and visit with Patricia at Mimi's Busy Bees. She's got assorted cups and other items, and Drag Boat Review is set up back there as well. Beverly Stokes and her crew, the fastest news on the water. All right, Gary says, let's go yellow. We got Jay Hudgens and Aquaholic in the left lane. We got Mallory Carroll, A Little More Therapy in the right. 5.6 seconds on the index. First round of qualifying for Pro Modified. Watch those capsules. Once they close, it's go time. Here we go. So Jay Hudgens in the left lane turns it red by 37 thousandths of a second, and then on a 5.6 index ran a little fast, broke out by 63 thousandths of a second on a 5.53 with a 162 mile an hour pass. Mallory Carroll on the other side, 13 hundredths of a second for reaction time, and also too fast at the big end, broke out by 16 hundredths of a second, ran a 5.43 for a 165 mile an hour pass. If you are missing a set of Dodge keys, I might have them. If you can come up here and describe them real quick, I'll let you have them. If you're missing your keys to your vehicle, come on up and see me, and I'll, if you can tell me what they look like, I'll give them back to you. All right, let's see here. In the Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle and Yamaha left-hand lane, boat number 255 is Cade Genesek. Calls the boat All or Nothing. Sponsored by JP&E, Kirkland Marine, DBR, RFC, David Kirkland Racing. They had some issues getting him licensed last month in San Angelo, but they finally got that thing dialed in and running really nice. We'll see what happens. He's moving all the way up from like personal watercraft, stock eliminator, all the way up to pro modified. So he's jumping up 4 seconds almost. All right, here we go. Cade Genesek, All or Nothing in the left lane. 15 seconds left on the countdown. That's not what they wanted. Truck and trailer for boat number 255. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for boat number 255. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for boat number 255. Back to the in-ramp, please. We still got more pro modified action. Personal watercraft, you guys should be warmed up, ready to go. I'll be calling you shortly. Stock eliminator, you guys are on deck. Grab your gear, fuel up the boat, make sure you're ready. Once we get Cade Genesek pulled out of the way, your next pair will look like this in the Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle and Yamaha left lane. Boat number 459 is going to be Henry Bainey. He calls the boat Don't Blink out of Burton, Texas. That boat's a Curtis powered by Chevrolet and sponsored by Ratch King Trailers, Schaefer Racing Oil, Western Airways, Rick Heidel. Love you, Mama Alice. Got to throw that in there for sure. American Brick and Stone, Gomez Landscaping, Hunt and Hunt, Central Texas Jet Boats, Roosters Repairs, American Fiberglass Repair, and special thanks to the Naughty Crew. You guys all rock. And in the Pat Kinsey Drywall right lane is Mr. Robin Reed. Calls the boat wound too tight, boat number 927 rather. That's a Texas outrigger. High Points Pro Mod champion in 2020. Looking to see if he can make that happen again in 22. Sponsored by Two Guys Marine, Texas Outrigger Boats, CCR Fiberglass and Marine, NGK Spark Plugs, Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle. Trinity Racing Ministries, special thanks to the crew chief Wesley Ice, the family, Crystal, Emily, Claire, Bob, and Debbie, and the Tuttle family for all they do. And also a big thank you to Cody Childress for the motor program. They're racing out of Arlington, Texas. Gary calls for the lights. 25 seconds on the countdown. Henry Bainey, don't blink in the left lane. Robin Reed wound too tight in the right. All right, there you go. Henry Maney turns it red by 12 thousandths of a second and then ran a 5.66 with a 0 on a 5.6 index at 154 miles an hour, and that's good enough for the number 1 qualifying spot in the first round. Robin Reed takes the number 2 qualifying spot, ran a 5.98 with a 4 at 146 miles an hour. We need Cersei Elrod and Ryan Benson to the registration pavilion, please. Cersei Elrod and Ryan Benson, need you guys at registration, please. Got ourselves another Pro Mod out of San Angelo, Texas. That's going to be Steve Walls. He calls the boat Shaken Not Stirred, boat number 007. Sponsored by Fastline Fabrication, Walls Tractor Repair, Machine Works, Buddy E.S. Johnson, Joe Yarbrough, FPC Services, James and Judy Sheffield, Wayman Pitchford Incorporated, Schaefer Oils, O'Reilly Auto Parts in San Angelo, William R. Pascal and Sons Fine Woodworking, Extreme Barbecue, and the crew, Michelle Celia. Bruce, Seth, Steven, Jason, Shanna, Tag, Cody, and Mandy. And I do believe that's supposed to be Sella, not Celia. I got this figured out, girl. Steve Walls, 5.6 seconds the index. Here he comes. Blew the burst panel out of that dude. 1.01 was the reaction time, and then ran a 7001. 7001. We'll get rescue down there to check on it, make sure everything's all right. So let me just tell you a little bit about those rescue crews. Both boats are down there right now. Usually one sits down here about half track and the other one sits down there at the finish line. That way one's ready to be at the boat side in moments if necessary. Those guys are absolutely amazing. What we really want to see is for them to sit around and do a whole lot of nothing all day long. That is exactly what we want from our rescue crews. But if we need them and we call them into action, they're ready to go at a moment's notice. There are divers already set up, ready to go on those boats. There's firefighters on those boats, and there's EMTs on those boats. And they're all ready to go for whatever might happen. They're ready to respond and get the job taken care of. And they are absolutely amazing guys. If you get a chance when you see them drive by, give them a big old hoot. Round of applause, whatever you want to do. Throw rocks at them, I don't know. Don't do that. But either way, give them a big old shout out. Pay them off for that hard work they're not doing out there, because that's what we want. No hard work for them today. So they've got Steve Walls hooked up with a jet ski. They're going to take him to the out ramp. They'll bring it back to the pit, see if they can figure it out. All right, so got a quick minute while we get some boats on the line. And I'll take just a moment of that to thank our sponsors one more time for making it possible for us to be out here. I want to thank SoCal Speed Shop here in Waco, the city of Waco, staff of Waco Parks and Rec. That could be a TV show, right? Crossroads Fellowship, Texas Golf Carts, Pura Vida Paddle Company, Texas Parks and Wildlife, Waco Tours, Ready Ice, Safeway Oil and Reclamation, AMR Ambulance Service, and Acorn Waste Solutions. All of those folks helping to sponsor us here for the Party on the Brazos for the Southern Drag Boat Association, and we appreciate them all very much. Also, while I'm at it, I want to send out a huge thank you to the folks from Axtell High School FFA, Kelsey Snyder is their ag teacher, and those kids volunteered to come out here and work the ramps, in-ramp and out-ramp. They're also handling trash pickup around the park, making sure they get stuff picked up and put in the appropriate location. And a huge thank you to those folks from Axtell High School FFA for all of their hard work out here, for volunteering to come out here and do that. That's pretty cool. Also want to remind you that the did I say FAA? FFA. Drag boat review is set up back here in the back. If you don't know anything about that, go check it out. Talk to them a little bit. Beverly and her folks back there, they do a newspaper, and they make reporting on every racing association, drag boat racing association around the country. Do a great job. If you want news from around the country, that is the place to go. Drag Boat Review. The fastest news on water. Beverly Stokes, go back there and see her. She's also got t-shirts, hats, jewelry. Got a bunch of stuff back there. Speaking of t-shirts and whatnot, Emily has got our little SDBA merchandise trailer manned back here. And she's doing a fabulous job back there. You need to go by and see her. Pick up your official event shirts for the 2022 Party on the Brazos for the Southern Drag Boat Association. And they got event t-shirts over there. They've also got Party to the Max shirts and ladies tanks. We're doing a celebration of the life of Mr. Max Davis and the Party to the Max machine, and that will be held tonight, actually. There is a band coming down from Dallas to play tonight. They also have shirts from Little More Therapy, Wild Thing, Don't Blink, Liquid Voodoo. They got shirts, hats, and stickers. Nitro Nuts, Flat Nasty, Out of Reach, Aquaholic, Chicks Dig It, Whiskey Tango, and Through the Fire. All of those shirts available over here at the SDBA merchandise trailer. They also have Trinity Racing Ministries shirts available and Curtis 500 shirts. Personal watercraft, y'all be standing by. We're not quite ready for you, but we will call you shortly. Make sure you're warmed up, ready to go. Stock Eliminator, you guys are on deck. And Top Alcohol Hydro is going in the water as we speak. But right now we got Top Alcohol Flat. Take a big old 540 engine, strap it in a flat bottom boat. Crazy things can happen. We call these boats the funny cars of drag boat racing. And if you've watched funny cars run, anything can happen, and that's exactly where we're at right now. So, in the Pat Kinsey drywall right-hand lane is boat number 079. That is Marcus Kinsey, racing for Jimmy Kinsey in a boat they call Bad Company out of Marble Falls, Texas. Sponsored by J&M Kinsey Plumbing, Chewy's Body Works, C. Picarillo. All right, Gary says, let's do this thing. Got 30 seconds on the countdown. Top Alcohol Flat Bottom Boat. Lots of power, not a whole lot of traction. All right, capsules down. 3, 2, 1, go. Yes. See that thing set down and just rode like it was on a string all the way down. 582 with a 330 mile an hour pass. from Marcus Kinsey and Bad Company. And here comes our top alcohol hydros. And first up for top alcohol hydro in the Pat Kinsey drywall right-hand lane is going to be Marty Logan. Had a heck of a good run in Wheatland last weekend. Looking to see if he can make it happen again. Boat number 881, they call that one Living the Dream out of Midlothian, Texas. He currently holds the top alcohol hydro mile per hour record for the SDBA with a 209. If you get the opportunity, go back into the pit area and visit with Marty and his crew back there and take a look at this machine. It is absolutely amazing. All of the boats are absolutely beautiful. There's no question. But this is one of the prettier ones out there. Got a lot of cool stuff going on. And Marty Logan, just a super cool cat. Sit back there and visit with him a little bit. He will make you laugh, I promise you that. Personal Watercraft, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, I believe. Personal Watercraft, go ahead and start bringing them to the in-ramp. Stock Eliminator, start warming them up, get ready. Modified Eliminator, you guys are on deck. Personal Watercraft, bring them to the in-ramp. Stock Eliminator, start warming them up. Modified Eliminator, you guys are on deck, grab your gear. I'm not sure who's doing it, but the tower could use a case of water, please. Whoever's in charge of that, I'm not sure who's running that this weekend, but tower could use some water, please. All right, Marty Logan had a little bit of trouble with his air bottle. He got it taken care of. If you're not familiar with these capsule boats, those guys are closed into that little capsule. And that capsule actually is designed to break free from the boat if there's an accident and go flying out into the space somewhere. And I'll tell you the rest of that in just a minute because we got 15 seconds on the countdown. Marty Logan, living the dream. Top alcohol hydro. Probably somewhere between 170 and 200 mile an hour. Here we go. Yep. That's what it's supposed to look like right there. 1100ths of a second for reaction time. And ran 204.39 miles an hour. 342 rather. Marty Logan making it look easy. Whew, that was awesome. All right, so they got they're in that capsule. They're all strapped in, got a little 5-point harness, the whole deal. They also, though, have a breathing air bottle that's in the boat with them and a scuba regulator essentially built into their helmet that allows them to breathe if for some reason they end up underwater before we can get them out of the water in the event of an incident. And that's what happened is his bottle wasn't turned on. He was trying to get that squared away so that he could breathe. They're actually breathing on that bottle the whole time they're running. That way they don't have to find that regulator in a hurry if they do get in trouble. They've already got it in their mouth ready to go. And so that's what that little bit of a delay was Marty getting his bottle turned on and ready to go. We need truck and trailer for boat number 904, Kent Price. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for boat number 904, Kent Price. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for boat number 904. Back to the in-ramp, please. All right, so we got a little bit of a break.
Oh, it doesn't.
Ken Price actually had problems with his air bottle as well. They're going to see if they can take a look at that and hopefully get him back on the water for that first round of qualifying. But in the meantime, don't forget tonight, right here, I believe at the Pavilion, we're going to have a celebration of life for Mr. Max Davis. Passed away earlier this year, right at the beginning of our season, or right before the beginning of the season. And a huge loss to the Southern Drag Boat Association and to the drag boat racing world as a whole. But we're going to celebrate that guy this evening. Nicest guy you ever met in your life. I only met him a few times, but he was always an awesome guy, and looking forward to this evening. We are having a band that's going to come down from Dallas. I believe they're just playing for tips, so keep that in mind. Or tips are welcome for sure anyway, but I think they're just playing for tips. So anyways, there you go. If you're starting to think maybe it might be lunchtime, it is 11:30. Could be time to eat. You could go check out Jasper's Barbecue back here. They've got brisket, sausage wraps, ribs, jalapeno poppers. Uh-oh. Norma and Joe Donovan are set up back here. They got burgers, chips, and sweet tea. Fat Stacks Concessions has got steak, kebabs, and drinks. And then Shiver Me Shavers is set up back there as well. They've got snow cones, smoothies, iced coffees, all of that stuff. Also want to take just a minute and thank our sponsors, Acorn Waste Solutions, AMR Ambulance Service, Safeway Oil Reclamation, Ready Ice, Waco Tours, Texas Parks and Wildlife, Pura Vida Paddle Company, Texas Golf Carts, Crossroads Fellowship, the staff of Waco Parks and Recreation Department, the City of Waco, and SoCal Speed Shop here in Waco. It is a little toasty today. If you need more ice, they do have ice for sale at the truck across from the main spectator gate. $10 a bag, or you can get 3 bags for $20. You pay at the gate, at the spectator gate, and then go to the trailer and pick up your ice. Please make sure you bag up your trash. Either carry it to one of the 2 orange dumpsters located near the out ramp or on the road to the in ramp, or bag it up and set it by the road. And the gracious folks from Axtell High School FFA will come by, pick it up, and take it to the dumpster for you. So a couple of different options for that. Don't forget, tomorrow morning, Trinity Racing Ministries and Mike Griffin will be handling our non-denominational chapel service. That'll be held at the Pavilion tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Everybody welcome. Come on down. Have a little worship before we get on the water and make this thing go. If you haven't had a chance to listen to Brother Mike speak, you definitely should take advantage of the opportunity. He's a heck of a good speaker when it comes to all things about God. He does a really good job, and we're lucky to have him. And if you don't know, Mike is down there right now at the in-ramp offering a prayer with every single driver that wants it before they get on the water. He and his crew are down there doing that every race, all the time, all day long. So absolutely in a work of service, and we appreciate Mike very much. All right, we're back to personal watercraft, round 2 of elimination, or qualifying rather. In the Fun and Sun, boats and tackle and Yamaha left lane. Boat number 232 is Jody Smith. Boat wouldn't start on the first round. She's going to try it again. Calls that one Lil Maniac. Driving for Jimmy and PR Kemp, sponsored by Yamaha 100, or it is a Yamaha 100. Thank you to Jimmy and Priscilla Kemp for letting me race. 4K Enterprises, WCR Construction, David Carroll Racing, Trinity Racing Ministries, RESP, her papa, Maniac Mike, Chloe and Kay Genesek, David and Deb Carroll, Tatum Graham, Zachary Ponzio, and the United States Marine Corps. Jody Smith actually going into the Marine Corps here very shortly. And in the Pat Kenzie drywall, right-hand lane, boat number 115 is Leighton Pippinger. Calls that boat Voodoo Therapy out of Blanco, Texas. So here we go. Jody Smith takes the number 5 qualifying spot. She dialed in at a 13:65, ran a 14:65 for a 49-mile-an-hour pass, and 0.6 of a second for a reaction time. In the Pat Kinsey Drive all right lane, boat number 115, Leighton Pippinger. Calls the boat Voodoo Therapy. He dialed in at a 14.4, ran a 14.54 with a 4. And that'll bump him up 2 spots to the number 2 qualifying spot. All right, here we go. Our next pair of personal watercraft in the Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle and Yamaha left lane. Boat number 269 is Nate Stevenson. Calls the boat Little Red. Sponsored by Randy Ball, Top Alcohol Racing, Trinity Racing Ministries, and RESP. Dialed in at a 13.1. And in the Pat Kinsey Drive all right lane, boat number 738 is Jake Stevenson. Both of these guys driving for Randy Ball. He calls that boat Lil Okie. Dialed in at a 15.3. Well, I'm not sure what's going on with Nate's boat, but it's definitely not running the way he wants it to. You can see him working it, trying to figure it out. But it's not going to happen, I don't think. Jake Stevenson dialed in at a 15.3, ran an 18.71. All right, Stock Eliminator, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Stock Eliminator, we're ready for you at the in-ramp. Modified Eliminator, start warming them up, get ready. Top Eliminator, you guys are on deck, grab your gear. Stock Eliminator to the in-ramp, please. Modified Eliminator, warm up, get ready. Top Eliminator, stand by, you're on deck. So, all right, we got another pair of personal watercraft. In the Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle and Yamaha left lane, boat number 004 is Angelique Shaw. Being Bad, the name of the boat. Thanks to Mom, Dad, the Bad Company race team, Crown Over Fence and Welding, Grandpa and Jim, the Sherwood family, and Luke's Paving. Angelique's dialed in at a 1306 with a 6. No, dialed in at a 13-1. There we go. And in the Pat Kinsey Drywall right lane, boat number 238 is Shelby Hudgens. Catch Me If You Can, the name of the boat. Sponsored by Magnum Trailers, American Fiberglass Repair, Roosters Repair, and special thanks to Todd at Magnum Trailers. Dialed in at a 15.1. So Angelique Shaw turns it red by 17 hundredths of a second, and then dialed in at a 13.1, ran a 13.110. And that is good enough to move her up 8 spots into the number 1 qualifying spot. Shelby Hudgens on the other side, 39 thousandths of a second reaction time. And on a 15.1 dial-in, ran a little fast and broke out by about a tenth of a second, just a little over, 14.99. And that'll put her in the number 4 qualifying spot. I want to send a big old shout out to the folks at Racer H2O and all the people watching online. Thank you for dialing in. We're in round 2 of qualifying. Right at the very beginning, we're running personal watercraft right now. So here's your next pair in the Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle and Yamaha left lane. Boat number 117 is Brendan Lempar. Calls the boat Megalodon. Did not make a pass in round 1. Dialed in at a 13.8. In the Pat Kinsey Drywall right-hand lane, boat number 762 is Delaney Head. Racing for John Nodler. Calls the boat Head Start. Dialed in at a 12.5. Ran a 12.7 on the last pass, which got her into the number 7 qualifying spot. Looking to see if she can move up. Looking to move up and bumped up 3 spots into the number 2 qualifying spot. Delaney Head turned it red by 27 thousandths and then ran a 12.54 with a 5 on a 12.5 dial-in. Brendan Lempar dialed in a 13.8, ran a 14.12, and that'll put him into the number 6 spot. All right, here comes your next pair in the Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle and Yamaha left lane. Boat number 357 is Jacob Nodler. Calls the boat Long Time Coming. Dialed in at a 12.4. Thanks to Mom, Dad, Ona and Opa, Mike Sorensen, Carl Nichols, Gary Payne, Jim J., Chris, Clay, Ellis County Barbecue, and everyone who's helped along the way. Dedicating this season to his uncle, Tall Paul Bischoff. And in the Pat Kinsey Drywall right lane, boat number 65 is Raven Broadway. Calls the boat the Golden Child. Sponsored by Families Power Sports, Spring Creek Marina and RV Park, where strangers become family. Petroplex Oilfield Services, RV Repair Crew, Kent Elliott Roofing, Hawkins Battery and Golf Carts, Raven Broadway dialed in at a 10.3.
Hey, tell Rich.
Gets the number 3 qualifying spot. Dialed in at a 10.3, ran a 10.45 with a 7. Jacob Nodler dialed in at a 12.4, ran a 12.54, and bumps up to the number 5 qualifying spot. Guys are making moves. I'm trying to keep up. Stock Eliminator, you guys should be headed to the in-ramp or already there. Stock Eliminator should already be at the in-ramp. Modified Eliminator should be warmed up, ready to go. Top Eliminator, you guys are on deck. I'll be calling you shortly. Time. All right, here we go in the fun and sun. Boats tackle in Yamaha left lane. Boat number 19 is Lynn Blackburn. Calls the boat doing time 2. Boat number 19. Sponsored by Ted Selko, Sports Medicine Associates, Richard Stephen, MD, Courtney and Josh Edwards, JW Construction, Hugh Gear Collision, Docks and Boat Rescue, and Medina Lake. And in the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane, boat number 262 is Radley Miller. Not quite Miller time, the name of that boat. Dialed in at a 13.11, sponsored by Miller Excavation, Smoke on the Water Drag Boat Races. So Radley Miller dialed in at a 13.11, ran a 13.15 with a 3. And that is good enough to get her the number 2 qualifying spot. Lynn Blackburn dialed in at a 10.3, ran a 10.42 with a 9, and that'll put her in the number 5 spot and bump Jacob Bowler down a little bit. Modified Eliminator, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Modified Eliminator, ready for you at the in-ramp. Top Eliminator. Start warming them up. Pro Eliminator, you guys are on deck. Modified Eliminator, ready for you at the in-ramp. Top Eliminator, warm up, get ready. Pro Eliminator, grab your gear. Colton Byler, I believe going to be the last of our personal watercraft in the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane. They call the ski stretch. 1469, the number of the boat. He's dialed in at a 12.5. Colton Byler breaks out by just over a 1/10 of a second, dialed in at a 12.5, ran a 12.39 with a 6. And that doesn't help him. He'll stay in the number 13 spot, moving into round 3. We'll see how that looks at the end of the day. Still got one round of qualifying to get through. Modified Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Modified Eliminator, need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Top Eliminator, be warmed up, ready to go. Pro Eliminator. Grab your gear and get ready. So I'm hoping you can hear me over there, but you folks that are sitting over there on the rock under that tree, if y'all could move back away from the water and up on top of the hill there, we'd appreciate it very much. Thank you. That is not a safe place for you to be if one of those boats got away from you. You're welcome to watch from up there on the road, right there by the water. one of those boats gets away from us, there's nothing we can do to help you. So please just stay off the water line and everything is hunky-dory. Cute dog, by the way. All right. So I was busy fixing a fan real quick, but I didn't get those guys announced. But Stephen Russell and boat number 817, Harry Canary, he dialed in at a 9 and 25. In that left lane, ran a 915 with an 8 and broke out by 92 thousandths of a second. And that'll leave him in the number 5 qualifying spot through round 2. In the Pat Kinsey drivewall right lane, Doug Fox calls his boat worst case scenario. He dialed in at a 9.2 and broke out by almost 0.2 of a second. Ran a 9.004. And that'll leave him number 6 qualifier through round 2. Hey, I got a couple of birthdays to tell you about today. I almost forgot earlier. Travis Tuttle having a birthday today. Tyler Brooks also having a birthday with American Pride Racing. 20 years old today. So happy birthday to both of you, from myself, obviously, and from the Southern Drag Boat Association. We're glad you chose to come and hang out with us on your birthday. That's pretty cool. All right, here comes our next boat. Stock Eliminator now. Stock Eliminator runs on a dial-in, so they're going to come up and tell us what they think the boat is going to run, and we dial that into the computer. And then the computer takes care of the rest as far as different dial-ins in different lanes. In this case, Don Topliff is in the lane by himself in the Pat Kinsey drywall lane. Boat number 84, he calls it the Bullet. And he's dialed in at an 11.25. He ran an 11.29 in the first round. That did not look like a fun run at all. I'm waiting to see if he's going to barf over the side here in just a second. He made me sick sitting up here. He's going to shut it down and take a look and say, what the heck just happened to me right there? Shake it off, Don. It'll be okay. 23 hundredths of a second for a reaction time, and then he dialed in. Check this out. Number one qualifying run. He dialed in at 11:25, ran at 11:25 with a 4 for a 67-mile-an-hour pass. And that gets him the number one qualifying spot, which is going to be pretty tough to take away. We'll see how it goes. And hopefully they can figure out the stability issue and make that boat sit down right the way it needs to. But we'll see what happens. Bill Diaz right here. What are you doing, man? Bentley Childress, they need you back at the pits. Bentley Childress, they need you back at the pits. All right, here we go. Jumping back to top alcohol hydro. That's going to be Kent Price, boat number 904. He's in the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane. Had air bottle problems a while ago. Got it fixed, I hope. Black Dragon, the name of the boat, racing out of Porter, Texas, sponsored by Onyx Services. Special thanks to Ronnie, Danny, Brian, and Corleen for all of their help. $200-mile-an-hour boat sitting down there. Somewhere in the neighborhood of 4.5 seconds. Gonna be nice. Gary Gray says, go yellow, let's do this thing. 25 seconds on the countdown. Kent Price, Black Dragon, top alcohol hydro. We saw Marty Logan make a 204-mile-an-hour pass a while ago. Let's see what Kent can do. Watch that capsule. Once it closes, it's go time. There we go. That's an absolutely beautiful boat ride. All right, so 197.8 miles an hour, 4.42 seconds for an ET, and he turned it red by 98 thousandths of a second. Kent Price, Black Dragon, top alcohol hydro. And I believe that's going to take us back to stock eliminator. Bless you. The silent auction for RESP has officially begun. It's right here behind me, behind the timing tower back here. Go by, bid on whatever items you want. How long is it going to go? So after qualifying, we will finish that up, but it is open. Come down, make your bids. Let's help these folks out. RESP, like I said earlier, completely donation and membership driven. So these auctions, these silent auctions, are one of the things that they use to make some money and help support their programs. So go by and take a look at what they got. Support them if you can. Modified Eliminator, this will be your final call. Modified Eliminator, this is your final call Top eliminator, go ahead and bring them to the in-ramp, please. Top eliminator, bring them to the in-ramp. Pro eliminator, start warming them up, get ready. And quick eliminator, that means you guys are on deck. Top eliminator, go ahead and bring them to the in-ramp. Pro eliminator, warm them up, get ready. Quick eliminator, you guys are on deck. Stand by. All right, here we go. Back to stock eliminator. In the Fun and Sun boats, tackle, and Yamaha left-hand lane is boat number 707. That is Natasha Cruz. Calls the boat Cracker Jack. Dialed in at a 9.85, ran a 10.73 last pass for the number 8 qualifying spot. In the Pat Kenzie drywall right lane, boat number 033 is Walter Doolin. Special thanks to Rhonda Bridges, Ted Christian, Dwayne Kunkel, and Billy Harris. They're racing out of Kingsland, Texas, and call the boat Do It Again Doolin. He's dialed in at a 10.55. He ran a 10.55 with a 7 on the last pass. Ow. All right, Gary says, let's do this thing. There's 25 seconds on the countdown. Natasha Cruz, Cracker Jack in the left lane. Walter Doolin, Do It Again, Doolin. In the right, round 2 of qualifying for stock eliminator. So Natasha Cruz dialed in a 985, ran a little fast and broke out by almost 0.6 of a second. So probably more than a little fast. Ran a 926 with a 1. Turned it red by 17 hundredths of a second at the start line. Walter Doolin, I don't know exactly what happened, but I know Gary's hollering because I guess the rear carburetor's got some flame coming from it. So the rescue guys are going to go over there and take care of that real quick. And we need truck and trailer for boat number 033 back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for boat number 033, Walter Doolin, back to the in-ramp, please. Hey, Kevin, I got to send out a happy birthday to you, too, from George. You're welcome. Truck and trailer for boat number 033, Walter Doolin. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for boat number 033. Back to the in-ramp, please. Because I thought he All right, so we're going to have Justin Stewart, boat number 877 in the left lane. And Zachary Watson, Chicks Dig It, boat number 1457, was in the right lane. Zachary Watson takes himself down a notch into the number 5 qualifying spot. He broke out by 11 thousandths of a second. Dialed in a 9 flat, ran an 898 with an 8 rather. And Justin Stewart dialed in a 910, ran a 914 with a 1. All right, so your next pair in the Fun and Sun, Boats and Tackle in Yamaha left lane. Boat number 424 is Rodney Blackstock. Plum Crazy, the name of the machine, dialed in at a 9 flat. In the Pat Kenzie drywall right lane, boat number 1776 is Ricky Brooks, American Pride. And he's dialed in at a 9.4. Rodney Blackstock dialed in a 9 flat, ran a 9107. 9107. And that'll put him in the number 5 qualifying spot. Ricky Brooks in the right lane, dialed in at a 9.4, ran a 927 with a 2 and broke out. And that'll bump him down a spot to number 7. If anybody has an Owens clutch, Chad Cupid is in need of one. Go find him in the pit area. If you have an Owens clutch, Chad Cupid is in need of one, and you would be willing to help him out, find him over there in the pit area. See what we can do about getting that guy back into running. Top eliminator, final call to the in-ramp, please. Top eliminator, this is your final call. Pro eliminator, go ahead and bring them to the in-ramp. Quick eliminator, start warming them up. Get ready, Pro Jet and Pro Comp Flat. You guys are on deck. That's Dusty Peterson in the left lane, boat number 982. He dialed in a 945, ran a 997 with a 3. And in the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane, Frank Mummy break out another 1,000. He dialed in at a 996, ran a 1001. All right, next up for stock eliminator, and I believe our last one in the front and sun boats and tackle and Yamaha left-hand lane. Boat number 0647 is Garrick Snyder. Calls the boat Young Gun. Dialed in at a 9.3. He ran a 939 with a 4 a while ago. This time he ran too fast. Dialed in a 9.3, ran a 9.28 with a 1, 83 mile an hour pass, but he broke out by 18 thousandths of a second, and it didn't help him. He'll stay in that number 12 qualifying spot through the second round, but he's got one more opportunity to bring that up a little bit. We'll see what happens. And I believe that's it for stock, and we should be moving into modified eliminator. All right, so we did have another stock eliminator. It's going to be Garrick Snyder, or excuse me, going to be Blackie Bam, I believe. Yep, there we go. Boat number 746, he's going to be in the Fun and Sun boat tackle and Yamaha left-hand lane. Calls the boat Blackie's Magic, racing out of Rio Medina, Texas. Sponsored by Snyder Motorsports, Mickey and Glenda and Sons, Bob and Marla Winder, Oscar and Jacinda, Marley Ranch, Dave and Jana, Lily Construction, Rodney and Pam Piper, Athora Stage and his wife Linda, Ken and Susan Land, and Crypt Water Sports all helping out. Blackie's dialed in at a 10 and 25. 10:25. Got 5 seconds on the countdown. Blackie Bam, Blackie's Magic. Here he comes. Yes, indeed. He's going to be glad he made that call. Dialed in at a 10:25, ran a 10:30, and moved himself up 9 spots into the number 4 qualifying spot. You guys got to do the parade wave when you come by. There you go. There you go. Y'all give those guys a big shout out as they go by. Our rescue team is second to none. They do a great job. All right, I got another pair of modified eliminators, or now I have a pair of modified eliminators. 8 seconds is the index. In the Fun and Sun, Boats and Tackle and Yamaha left-hand lane. Boat number 402 is Melton Whittlesey. Calls that boat Little Bud, sponsored by Infamous Brewing, Lakeway Signs, the crew chief, Daryl Heston. And in the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane is Tyler Bame out of Rio Medina, Texas. Calls that boat the Slippery Pickle, boat number 572. Sponsored by Walton Construction Services, Ed and Debbie Konetsky. Konetsky. All right, Konetsky. I got it. BBC Farms, Rio Medina Truck and Auto, Custom Powder Coating, Texas Car Barn. And here we go. All right, so Tyler Bame jumps early, 33 hundredths of a second too early, and then ran an 8:22 with an 8. And that's good enough for the number 2 qualifying spot for the moment. Melton Whittlesey. Dialed in at an 8 flat, ran an 8:23, and doesn't move. He'll stay in that number 3 spot. All right, here we go. Got another one. Henry Bainey got a couple of Schaefer's hats up here that he's going to give away to the first 2 kids under 12 that can come up and tell him his boat number. Under 12, sir. You're short, but you're not under 12. He's running to go look at the boat.
145.
What?
145.
145?
No.
Look at his shirt. Look at his shirt.
What does it say? What does it say? Come on. What does it say? 459.
There you go. Woohoo! Thank you, senor. All right, hang on. Who do I got up here? I don't know who I got. I got distracted, Tanya. I'm sorry. Okay. In the fun and sun left lane, boat number 794 is Lane McDonald, high voltage. And in the Mackenzie drywall right lane, Andrew Decker in too deep. Here we go. Well, they both got out there a little early. Lane McDonald jumped 0.06 of a second too fast, and then too fast at the big end and broke out by 0.09 of a second, ran a 791 with an 8. And in the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane, Andrew Decker, also too fast at both ends of the course, red light by 56 thousandths, and ran a 791 with a 6. All right, here we go. Next pair of modified eliminators in the Fun and Sun, Boats and Tackle and Yamaha left lane. Boat number 314 is Austin Fugate. Calls the boat minimum effort out of Fort Worth, Texas. 2 guys Marine, Fugate Construction, Beaver Fab, 2 guys Marine. Tony Hendricks Engines, Crusader Sports Academy, and special thanks to Mom and Dad. Currently your number 1 qualifier with an 818. And in the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane, boat number 517 is Jesse James Jr. Calls that boat the Outlaw. Out of Tyler, Texas, sponsored by Lone Star Millworks, David and Carrie Muller. Cedarbuilt, Eagles Motorsports. You know, I'm probably going to get in trouble for this, but Austin Fugate's boat put out minimum effort right there. Couldn't help it. It was there. So we need truck and trailer for boat number 314. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for 314. Back to the in-ramp. You can't leave a door open like that and not expect somebody to just walk right through it. Jesse James Jr. on the other side jumped early, turned it red by 1/10 of a second. But then he had an absolutely beautiful run on the other end with a 96, almost 97 mile an hour pass. Ran an 8:02 with a 4 on an 8-second index and jumps up 7 spots to the number 1 qualifier. Jesse James Jr. Going to be real happy with that run. And we need truck and trailer for boat number 314. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for 314. Back to the in-ramp. All right, here comes our next modified eliminator. In the left lane, boat number 0657 is Grant Snyder. And that one didn't go as planned either, I don't think.
That left lane is not being nice to these guys. Truck and trailer for boat number 0657, Grant Snyder, back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for 0657, back to the in-ramp, please. Hey, for trailer for 0657, hold up just a minute right where you're at. He's going to try to restart. Let's see what happens. Hold up right where you are. All right, quick eliminator. I need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Quick eliminator. Need your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Jet and Pro Comp Flat. Need you guys warmed up, ready to go. Pro Outlaw and Pro Modified. You guys will be up after that, so just kind of be thinking about it. Quick eliminator, need you guys to the in-ramp. Pro Jet and Pro Comp Flat, need you guys warmed up, ready to go.
All right, this time we're going to run them as a pair.
In the Fun and Sun boats tackling Yamaha left-hand lane, boat number 0657 is Grant Snyder. Calls that boat Big Iron. And in the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane, boat number 1111 is Stephen Walls. Calls the boat Happy Hour. There's 10 seconds left on the countdown. 8 seconds is the index.
All right, so Grant Snyder on an 8-second index runs an 8:35 with a 1. 8:35 with a 1 for a 90-mile-an-hour pass. Pat Kinsey on the other side going to be way happy with his run. On an 8-second index, he ran an 8:04 with a 5. Bumps him up 5 spots into the number 2 qualifying spot right behind Jesse James. I'm sorry, it's Stephen Walls, not Pat Kinsey. I did that. He's in the Pat Kinsey lane, so, you know, sorry.
All right. Looks like we're going to do a single in the Fun and Sun Boats Tackle and Yamaha left-hand lane. Boat number 157 is James Kemp. Sponsored by J&J Transportation, 4K Enterprises, Ranchero Concepts, Eagle Motorsports, Guyhand Motorsports, FloatFix.com in Tyler, Texas. He calls that boat Side Chick. Currently the number 9 qualifier out of a field of 10. Ran a 773 in the first round. Hoping for a better run this time. We'll see what happens. Here we go. All right, that's better. He bumps up 6 spots into the number 3 qualifying spot. Ran an 8.17 with a 2. 8.17 and 2 for a 93-mile-an-hour pass. That is exactly what he needed right there. Turned it red by 11 thousandths of a second. Good news is it doesn't matter today. Over there on the other side, we're sure happy to see you guys. It's pretty cool. But the one who's standing on the rocks over there in the white shorts, if you could move back up off of the water line, we would really appreciate it. That is just absolutely not a safe place for you to be right there on that rock. So if you could move up onto the road, we'd appreciate it. Quick Eliminator, this is your final call. Quick Eliminator, this is your final call to the in-ramp. Pro Jet and Pro Comp Flat, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Quick Eliminator, this is your final call. Pro Jet and Pro Comp Flat, need your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Outlaw, start warming them up, get ready. All right, here's your next pair. In the Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle left lane, boat number 655 is Ashley Winslet and Vanishing Breed. And in the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane, Bob Winder, Mama's Diamond, boat number 050, top eliminator, both running on a 7. Here we go. That'll do it right there. How about a 701 with a 1 for Ashley Winslet? Moves up to the number 3 qualifying spot. And Bob Winder on the other side by 1/100th of a second. Almost got the number 1 qualifying spot, but he'll end up in number 2 with a very nice run. Ran a 701 with a 0. Had to beat a 7003 from Ryan Benson to get the number 1 spot. So one more time, you folks over there on the other side, I know that's a whole new crew now, but if y'all could please not camp out on those rocks right there under that tree. It really is a bad spot for you to be. And if one of those boats got away from us, there's nothing we could do to help you. So please, 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 move up onto the road. You can watch from over there all day long. Just please don't sit on that rock under those trees. We'd appreciate it. Okay. In the Fun and Sun, Boats and Tackle and Yamaha. Left-hand lane, boat number 411 is Ryan Benson. Calls the boat Full Circle. Currently your number one qualifier with a 7003, sponsored by Complete Wiring Solutions, All-Star Motors, Patty Doyle, and special thanks to Jeff and Stephanie Myro, Bo Myro, The Shop, Speed, and Ring. Anyways, in the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane, boat number 405 is Mr. Matt Miller. It's Miller time. Out of El Reno, Oklahoma, sponsored by Miller Excavation, Huffman Performance, Smoke on the Water, Allie, Radley, and Hazel all helping him out. So neither one of them really improved their situation at all, but that's okay. Ryan Benson is still your number one qualifier. He ran a little fast, 81 thousandths of a second. Too fast at the other end, ran a 691 with an 8 on a 7-second index. Matt Miller ran a little slow, ran a 787 with an 8. Not enough to help him, and he'll remain the number 4 qualifier. Oops. If you've got a 32 spline top V-drive shaft, Cade Genesek is in need of it. If you've got a 32 spline top V-drive shaft, Cade Genesek could really use some help. If you could help him out, go by and see him in the pit area. They'll get you squared away. Good to go. All right, here we go. In the Fun and Sun, Boats and Tackle and Yamaha left-hand lane. Boat number 494 is George Olson. Money well wasted. Sponsored by Olson Piling out of Galveston, Texas. Currently your number 6 qualifier with a 7.4. And in the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane, Jerry Branham back in black. Boat number 715 out of Tyler, Texas. Sponsored by WeSellGrass.com, Eagle Motorsports, Lone Star Pump, FloatFix.com, Pumps by Chop. He's currently the number 5 qualifier.
I finally figured it out as he went by. The side of the boot says WeSellGrass.com. I couldn't figure out what was written on there. Big green letters. There you go. All right, check this out. In the left lane, George Olson on a 7-second index ran a 6:89 with a 3. Won't do anything for him. He'll stay number 6. And Jerry Branham ran a little fast as well. Broke out by 25 thousandths of a second. Ran a 6:97 with a 4. And that'll just leave him in the number 5 spot in the back and black machine. So, I don't know if you can hear me with the boat running, but you folks over there on the other side, down by the water line, if y'all could please move up toward the road and off of those rocks, we would appreciate it. It's for your own safety, but if we could get you guys to move up off of those rocks and up onto the road, that would be amazing. Please. I got another pair on the line, and they are pro eliminators. We are now in a 6.5 second index. In the fun and sun, boats and tackle and Yamaha left-hand lane. Boat number 657 is Gavin Snyder. He's driving for Mickey Snyder in a boat they call 6 to Midnight. Sponsored by Snyder Motorsports, Napa, Rio Medina Truck and Auto, and Marine. Real Fab and Weld, Custom Powder Coating, 4-Way Bar and Grill, Trinity Ministries, Lilly Construction, Long's Machinery, RTS Construction, Regan and Angie Everett, Guild Mortgage, Postal Annex, your home office, Rowdy Tees, Twisted Tags and Embroidery, and thanks to the family and crew. And in the Pat Kinsey Drywall right-hand lane is boat number 789, Dawson Dickerson, calls the boat Dad's Pocketbook. Sponsored by Harry's Machine, Affordable Engine, Olson Pilings, and SWAT Speed and Marine. 6.5 seconds is the index. Well, look at there. They swapped the spots around a little bit. Dawson Dickerson moves up 2 spots into the number 1 qualifying spot. Ran a 6:61 on a 6.5 index, 110 mile an hour pass. Gavin Snyder also ran a 6:61, but he ran a 6:61.2 or 6:612, and that was not enough. So Dawson Dickerson will take the number 1 spot. Gavin Snyder will be in number 2. And Cersei Elrod, who is currently the number 3 qualifier, is up there now to see if he can do something about moving up a little bit. Racing out of Greenbrier, Arkansas. In the Fun and Sun Boats Tackle and Yamaha left-hand lane, boat number 191. They call that boat Obsession. Ran a 6:35 with an 8 first time. All right, clock's running. There's 15 seconds on the countdown. Cersei Elrod. Obsession is the name of the boat. He's in the left lane. 6.5 seconds is the index. 5 seconds to go. Here we are. All right, that'll get the job done right there. He moves up 2 spots into the number 1 spot. Dawson Dickerson just got it, and now Cersei Elrod takes it away from him with a 6:55 and a 3 on a 6.5 index. That'll work. I'm looking down there, and I see Larry Flores, hydroclimatic. All right, here we go. Next pair in the Fun and Sun. Boats Tackle and Yamaha left-hand lane. Boat number 623. That is Sambo Smith. Calls the boat Sucker Punch. Out of Morro Bay, Arkansas. That boat made it all the way from New Mexico. Started out over there. Anyways, he's got a blown 540 on the back of that thing. Sponsored by Sambo Logging, GNC Machine, Brazos Feed, and Morro Bay Mafia. And in the Pat Kinsey Drywall right lane, boat number 910 is Larry Flores out of Las Cruces, New Mexico, sponsored by Dynamic Racing Engines, Pine Top Construction. Special thanks to his wife, Kim Flores. Thanks to Tom Garcia and the Shop Boys. Hydroclimatic, the name of the machine. There's 5 seconds left on the countdown. Here we go. Yeah, Sambo pulls a 600 with a 9. 6009 for 141 mile an hour pass, and that moves him up 5 spots into the number 1 qualifying spot. 55 hundredths of a second for a reaction time. Larry Flores on the other side got a little fast, broke out by 28 thousandths of a second. Ran a 597 with a 1. All right, Pro Outlaw, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Outlaw, need your boats to the in-ramp. Pro Modified, start warming them up, get ready. And then we're going to come right back around to Personal Watercraft. In the Fun and Sun
Boats and tackle in Yamaha left lane. Boat number 060 is Ray Males. Calls the boat Blue Thunder out of Choctaw, Oklahoma, sponsored by the Landing Zone. Blues Country Club, Dr. Feelgoods, Hanson Racing Engine. Special thanks to the Males family who made it possible for Ray to be here. Mama Cheryl, we miss you. Robert Ledbetter, always helping out. And in the Pat Kinsey Drywall right-hand lane, boat number 505 is Brody Martin. Calls that one in the red. Sponsored by Phil's Automotive and Towing, Bandera Auto and Truck Supply, Propane Depot, JPM Farms LLC, JC Jones Enterprises, Lake Medina RV Resort, Winners Electric, Brutal Off-Road, Waterboys LLC, Environmental Comfort Solutions, the Bassinger family, Walker Ranch, Billy and Ricky Walker. Thank you to all of our sponsors. We appreciate your support. And racing in loving memory of James Salisbury. Yep. So Brody Martin will stay in the number 2 qualifying spot. He ran a 6:01 with a 9. 6:01 with a 9 on a 6-second index, and that'll get the job done. Ray Males will stay number 4. He broke out by 75 thousandths of a second, ran a 5:92 with a 4 on a 6-second index. All right, your next pair of quick eliminators in the Fun and Sun Boats Tackle and Yamaha left lane. Boat number 392 is going to be Jason Goddard out of San Angelo, Texas. Calls the boat Texas Red. Sponsored by Buddy Johnson, Steve Pruitt, Travis and Kim Dusick, Fastline Fabrication, Walls Tractor, Wayman Pitchford, James Brown, Judy Sheffield, FPC Services. And in the Pat Kinsey Drywall right lane, boat number 110 is Ken Jenkins through the fire. That boat's a Cole powered by Chevrolet. So Ken Jenkins moves up 2 spots into the number 3 qualifying spot with a 6:05 with a 3. 6:05 with a 3 for 144 mile an hour pass. Jason Goddard, 146 mile an hour pass. But he broke out by 16 thousandths of a second, ran a 5:98 with a 3 on a 6-second index, and that'll leave him in the number 4 qualifying spot.
All right. Now we got a pair of Pro Jets up there.
Mike gave me one of these pins like 2 years ago, but it's got the Trinity Race Ministries on it.
All right, Jeremy Dickerson can't quit in the 987 machine in the left lane. Ran a 377 at 132 mile an hour to the 660 line. Pat Hobbs on the other side ran a 498. Robert Ledbetter is in the Mackenzie drywall right-hand lane. Boat number 356, the Honey Badger. The name of that boat, racing out of Waco, Oklahoma.
First time I ever saw that boat go down the water, it blew the motor. like Fireball, you remember El Reno?
366 with a 2 gives him the number 1 qualifying spot. He's already there. Let's see what he does. Well, he ran a little fast. 145 is the top end, and he ran a 146.3 at the 660 line. And he did it at 363. Pro Outlaw should be at the in-ramp already. Pro Outlaw, you guys should be at the in-ramp. Pro Modified, you guys should be warmed up and ready to go. Personal Watercraft, grab your gear. Make sure you got fuel in the boat. Be ready. We'll be calling you shortly. And I believe that that is going to bring us to Pro Comp Flat. And these guys are a whole lot of fun to watch. Pro Comp Flat is a dial-in class, so they're going to come up, they're going to tell us what they think their boats will run. They got to run within an index that I believe is 5.8 to 6.8. So they got to run within 5.8 to 6.8, but it's still a dial-in.
Thank you. That would have been a record, correct? 363.
All right, in the fun and sun, boats and tackle in Yamaha left lane. Boat number 412 is Cole Henrik. Calls that boat Flat Attack, sponsored by Henrik Motorsports, Vic Fugate, Jim Mans, Brian Benton. And in the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane, boat number 502 is Andy Comstock. He calls that boat Whiskey Tango. That's a Hondo with a 502 Chevrolet for power, sponsored by AC/DC Electric, Night Sales and Manufacturing, Element Salon. He's dialed in at a 634. Cole Henrik's dialed in at a 655. So Andy Comstock dialed in at a 634, ran a 634 with a 7 at 125 miles an hour, and that'll bump him up 5 spots into the number 1 qualifying spot. There's still a few boats behind him. We'll see what happens, but that is a very, very nice run. 7 thousandths of a second off of his dial. In the left lane, Cole Henrik dialed in at a 655, ran a 648. Moves him up 1 point into number 7. Pro Outlaw, this is your final call. Pro Outlaw, final call to the in-ramp. Pro Outlaw, your final call. Pro Modified, go ahead and bring those to the in-ramp, please. Pro Mod, bring them to the in-ramp. Personal Watercraft, start warming them up. Stock Eliminator, stand by, you guys are on deck. Here we go, in the fun and sun, boats and tackle in Yamaha left lane. Boat number 331 is Tim Ortiz. Never Satisfied out of Conroe, Texas, sponsored by Pat Kinsey Drywall. Pat, Rhonda, Archer, Gage, and Cash. Thanks to his wife supporting him in this crazy adventure. And a big thank to Melton and Jen Tolan for all their help. He's dialed in at a 6:58. And in the Pat-Kinsey drywall right lane is Jeff Loring out of Los Alamos, New Mexico. Calls the boat Nasty Rumors. He's dialed in at a 6 flat. Jeff Loring makes the pass, moves up 5 spots into the number 3 qualifying spot. Dialed in at a 6, ran a 5:95. Tim Ortiz, not sure what happened there. It started, jumped. That was the end of that. So we're going to need truck and trailer for boat number 331. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for 331. Back to the in-ramp, please. All right, here we go. Next pair for Pro Comp Flat. In the Fun and Sun, Boats and Tackle and Yamaha left lane. Boat number 238 is Vic Fugate. Calls that boat flat, blacked out of Fort Worth, Texas. Dialed in at a 6.6. In the Pat-Kinsey drywall right-hand lane. Boat number 099 is Dylan Crownover out of Grand Shoals, Texas. Calls the boat Bad Company 2. Man, when those boats sit down, it is absolutely a thing of beauty. Vic Fugate, your number 2 qualifier now. Dialed in at a 660, ran a 664 with a 2. Dylan Crownover dialed a 637, ran a 642 with a 2. And that was not enough. That'll leave him in the number 4 qualifying spot. All right, and here we go. Next pair for Pro Comp Flat. In the Fun and Sun, Boats, Tackle, and Yamaha left-hand lane. Boat number 075 is Larry Skiro out of Highland Haven, Texas. Calls the boat Flat Nasty. Sponsored by Blue Water Irrigation and Landscape.
John and Pat Heineke, Signs Across Texas, Joey Witterberg Construction, Charla Cormier with the XP Realty, Triple C Liquor, Four Season Ranch, D&J Construction, Thornbloom Plumbing, Casaperio Equipment, Highland Lakes Watercraft, Thomas Mustang Lube, Houston Heat Treat, Chris Osborne, Austin Ashland, and his wife Julie. He's dialed in at a 604. In the Pat Kenzie drywall right lane, boat number 323 is Frank Carter, Flat Flying, the name of the boat. Out of Liberty Hills, Texas, he's dialed in at a 595. So Frank Carter, both racers actually jumped up 2 points. Frank Carter moves up 2 into the number 4 qualifying spot. He dialed in at a 595 and ran a 597 with a 6 for 137 mile an hour pass. Larry Skiro dialed in at a 604, ran a 615 with a 7 for 134 mile an hour pass, and he moves up 2 spots into the number 6 qualifying spot. All right, now we're moving into Pro Outlaw. Running on a 5.2 second index. In the Fun and Sun, boats tackle in Yamaha left lane. Boat number 077 is Cody Childress. Calls that Green Machine Bad Influence. He's racing out of Nemo, Texas, sponsored by Travis Tuttle. Lincoln Transmission, TD's Transmission, Galen and Betty Childress, Ken Jenkins, special thanks to his wife and kids, Bentley, Braxton, Brady, and Blakely. And thanks to Mama Judy. And a big happy birthday to Travis. And in the Pat Kenzie drywall right lane, boat number 777 is Eric Dement. Calls that boat Real Bad Boy out of Luling, Texas. 2021 High Points champion. Thanks to his crew, Perch, Bass, Brandon, Kaysen, and Logan. Thanks to Ronnie Odom for their help. 5.2 seconds is the index. Cody Childress currently your number 1 qualifier with a 5:21 and 6.
Gary says, let's get this done. Countdown has started. There's 27 seconds. Cody Childress and Bad Influence in the left lane. Eric DeMent, Real Bad Boy in the right. This has all the makings of a really, really good run right here. Here we go. Cody Childress, 0:008 for a reaction time. And then ran a 5:21 with a 1 on a 5:2 index. And he will stay the number one qualifier. Next. In the Pat Kinsey drywall right-hand lane, Eric DeMent, 0.12 of a second for a reaction time and ran a 5:17 with a 9. Broke out by 0.02 of a second. And that'll leave him in the number 3 qualifying spot. But man, Cody Childress had himself a run right there. And he is definitely going to wish he has another one of those in his back pocket for tomorrow. All right, here we go. In the Fun and Sun, Boats and Tackle and Yamaha left-hand lane. Boat number 1028 is Bill Wire. Out of Marble Falls, Texas, calls the boat Aquaholic Behavior. Sponsored by BDW Construction Company, Opie's Barbecue, Jackson Electric, Bayside Buggies, BCMT Trucking, Truck Country Outfitters, and a special thank you to his hard-working crew. And in the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane, Steve Carter, boat number 777, calls that one Money for Nothing. Sponsored by Carter Paint and Body, Wolf Auto Machine, Gumby Performance, MTR Performance, PPG, Mikey's Toy Box, Bespoke Coatings, and Integrated Metal Products. Pro Outlaw, running on a 5.2 second index. Currently, Steve Carter, number 3 qualifier, Bill Wire, number 5. Both of them would like to move up a spot or two, but if they want that number 1 spot, they're going to have to work hard for it. We had a pleasure craft down in the shutdown area that we're chasing down real quick to get them to clear and just make sure we keep everything safe. Don't forget to check out some of our food vendors back here. Jasper's Barbecue is back there with brisket, sausage wraps, ribs.
Come bid on the auction.
Norma and Joe Donovan have burgers, chips, and sweet tea. Fat Stacks Concessions is back there with steak kebabs. And then Shiver Me Shavers. It's starting to get a little hot out there. Maybe you need a snow cone or a smoothie or an iced coffee. They got all of that. So go by and see Jeremy at Shiver Me Shavers.
Don't forget the RESP silent auction is going on back here behind us. Down close to the water behind the timing tower. They got all kinds of items. I see helmets and baskets full of stuff and Arctic cups. I don't even know what all's over there. I'll have to take a wander and go see what all I see. But it is a silent auction, and they're going to do the awarding of those items after qualifying today. So go make your bids, see what happens, and go from there. Personal Watercrafts, go ahead and bring them to the in-ramp, please. Personal Watercrafts, go ahead and bring them to the in-ramp. Stock eliminators, start warming them up, get ready. Personal Watercraft to the in-ramp, stock eliminator, warming them up. Modified eliminator, you guys are on deck, stand by. All right, here we go. Steve Carter, money for nothing in the right lane. Bill Wire, alcoholic behavior in the left. There's 10 seconds left on the countdown. Here we go. Steve Carter had some trouble coming off the line. It looked like it launched slow. He was 1.1 seconds getting off the line and then ran a 772 with a 1. And that's not going to be enough to do anything. He'll stay the number 4 qualifier. Bill Wire on the other side, though, he moved himself up to the number 2 qualifying spot. He ran a 525 with a 7 on a 5.2 index. Now we're going to move to Pro Modified on a 5.6 second index. In the Fun and Sun, boats, tackle, and Yamaha left-hand lane, boat number 178 is Daryl Matt Max Ehrlich, racing for Doug Mater. Drives a boat called Out of Reach out of Round Rock, Texas. Sponsored by Daryl's Equipment. Social Security and Retirement. Thanks to the whole crew. Also thanks to Jordan Hayes at Hayes Welding. Daryl and Angie, Chris, Randall, Yvonne, McKenzie, Angela, and Dan. And in the Pat Kinsey drywall right-hand lane, boat number 832 is Jay Hudgens. He calls the boat Aquaholic out of Burnett, Texas. Sponsored by Magnum Trailers, Reale's Italian Cafe, RoostersRepairs.com, Cody Childress. Special thanks to their crew chief, Dustin Hudgens, and the crew. Daryl Ehrlich didn't even make a full pass last time down. Boat jumped and died. They had to tow him back to the trailer, so hopefully he's got something in store for this run, because currently he's the number 7 qualifier. Jay Hudgens sitting at number 4. red. Gary says, let's go yellow. Daryl Ehrlich out of reach in the left lane. Jay Hudgens, Aquaholic in the right. 5.6 seconds is the index for Pro Modified. So Daryl Ehrlich on a 5.6 index runs a 5.55 with an 8. Moves up 2 points into the number 5 qualifying spot. Jay Hudgens looked a little bouncy on the way down. Ran just a hair fast. He broke out by a 5,000ths of a second. Ran a 594 with a 4. 559 with a 4 on a 5.6 index for a 159 mile an hour pass. That doesn't help him. He'll stay in the number 4 spot. Getting our boats loaded up right now. As soon as we get them out there, we'll get some numbers and get them run. Want to thank our sponsors real quick for making it possible for us to be out here. Want to thank Acorn Waste Solutions, AMR Ambulance Service, Safeway Oil Reclamation, Ready Ice, Waco Tours, Texas Parks and Wildlife, Pura Vida Paddle Company, Texas Golf Carts, Crossroad Fellowship, the staff of Waco Parks and Recreation Department, the City of Waco, and SoCal Speed Shop here in Waco. Those folks helping to sponsor us here for the 2022 Party on the Brazos for the Southern Drag Boat Association, and we appreciate them. Here's your next pair of Pro Mods. In the Fun and Sun Boats, Tackle, and Yamaha left lane. Boat number 459 is Henry Bainey. Don't blink, the name of the boat. He's your number 1 qualifier with a 566 on a 5.6 index out of Burton, Texas. And in the Pat Kinsey Drywall right lane, boat number 115 is Greg Lempar out of Comfort, Texas. Calls the boat Anger Management. Here we go. That'll work. Henry Bainey runs a 5.62 with a 1 for 155 mile an hour pass. And he is the number 1 qualifier. And in the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane, Greg Lempar ran just a hair fast, broke out by 0.03 of a second, ran a 5:59 with a 6 for a 161-mile-an-hour pass. But that'll still move him up 2 points to the number 4 qualifying spot. And your next pair will be in the Fun and Sun Boats, Tackle, and Yamaha left lane. Boat number 927 is Robin Reed out of Arlington, Texas. That boat's a Texas Outrigger, blown alcohol engine, running 565 cubic inches. Sponsored by Two Guys Marine, Texas Outrigger Boats, CCR Fiberglass and Marine, NGK Spark Plugs, Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle, Trinity Racing Ministries, and special thanks to the crew chief Wesley Ice. The family, Crystal, Emily, Claire, Bob, and Debbie, the Tuttle family for all they do, and Cody Childress for the motor program. And in the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane, boat number 810 is Mallory Carroll out of Marble Falls, Texas, sponsored by David Carroll Racing, WCR, and Trinity Racing Ministries. Calls the boat a little more therapy. She ran a little fast earlier, ran a 5:43 rather, on a 5.6 index, and that put her in the number 7 qualifying spot. And I know that she would like to see that a little higher, so we'll see what happens. Hopefully can get out of it early enough to not break out this time. That would help a ton. We'll see how it goes. All right, starter says let's do this. There's 25 seconds on the countdown. Robin Reed wound too tight in the left lane. Mallory Carroll a little more therapy in the right. Pro modified, running on a 5.6 second index. Well, it helped out a little bit. Robin Reed will stay in the number 2 qualifying spot with a 5.62 with a 6. And Mallory Carroll moves up 1 spot into number 6, ahead of Daryl Ehrlich. She ran a little fast again and broke out by 26 thousandths of a second. 162-mile-an-hour pass, but ran a 5.57 on a 5.6 index. Stock Eliminator, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Stock Eliminator, ready for you at the in-ramp, please. Modified Eliminator, start warming them up. Top Eliminator, you guys are on deck. Stand by. Stock Eliminator to the in-ramp, please. Modified Eliminator, start warming them up. Get ready. Top Eliminator, you guys are on deck. All right. Next up in the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane is boat number 45. They call that one Hydro Hysteria. That's Jason Brandt out of Ingram, Texas. Making a full track license pass for Pro Modified, hopefully. Used to race with us years ago, and now looking to come back, so got to make a license pass and kind of make sure everything is still working the way it's supposed to. All right, here we go. Jason Brandt, Hydro Hysteria, making a full track license pass in the right lane. Well, he may have been told half track. We'll see what happens. But either way, he'll have to come back down and do it again. All right, and that completes our round 2 of qualifying here at the Southern Drag Boat Association's Party on the Brazos. And we are back around to personal watercraft. They're all lined up down there looking like a bunch of outlaws. We're going to turn them loose, let them run right now. You know, this personal watercraft class is a whole lot of fun to watch. It's a dial-in class. They come up, they tell us what they think their boats are going to run. Some of these kids have got it dialed the heck in, man, I'm telling you. And a lot of our other racers started out racing personal watercraft and moved their way up. Kate Janisek is an example. Mallory Carroll, another example. Zachary Watson, now they're running pro mods and other boats. So it's definitely an entry-level deal, but it is definitely not to be taken lightly because a lot of these guys are the future of drag boat racing, sitting right out there on that line right now. And there's a whole lot of them. I think there's 13 or 15 in the class. All right, so here's your first pair. In the Fun and Sun, Boats and Tackle and Yamaha left-hand lean. Boat number 117 is Brendan Lempar. Driving for Greg Lempar, calls the boat Megalodon. Currently your number 9 qualifier with a 14 and 12. He's dialed in at a 14-15. And in the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane, boat number 004 is Angeli Shaw, calls the boat Being Bad. Thanks to Mom, Dad, Bad Company Race Team, Crown Over Fence and Welding, Grandpa and Jim, the Sherwood family, and Luke's Paving. She's currently your number 1 qualifier and dialed in at a 13.5. Last call for Stock Eliminator. Stock Eliminator, this is your final call. Modified Eliminator, go ahead and bring those boats to the in-ramp, please, for third round. Modified Eliminator, bring them to the in-ramp, please. Top Eliminator, start warming them up. Pro Eliminator, stand by, you're on deck. All right, so nothing changed in the order. Brendan Lempar remains the number 9 qualifier. Dialed in at a 14.15, ran a 14.33 with a 4. And Angeli Shaw dialed in at a 14.5, ran a 13.5 rather, ran a 13.27 with a 3. All right, here we go. In the Fun and Sun, Boats and Tackle left lane. Boat number 238 Shelby Hudgens, Catch Me If You Can. Sponsored by Magnum Trailers, American Fiberglass Repair, Roosters Repair, and special thanks to Todd at Magnum Trailers. She's dialed in at a $14.99. Currently your number 2 qualifier. And in the Pat Kinsey Drywall right lane, boat number 357, Jacob Nodler. Calls the boat long time coming. Thanks to Mom, Dad, Ona and Opa, Mike Sorensen, Carl Nichols, Gary Payne, Jim J., Cliss Clay, Ellis County Barbecue, and everyone who's helped along the way. And Jacob dedicating this season to his uncle, Tall Paul Bischoff. So Shelby Hudgens will stay the number 2 qualifier. She dialed in a 14.99 and ran a 15.02 with a 7 for a 48-mile-an-hour pass. Jacob Nodler unfortunately loses a spot and drops down to number 8. He broke out by 8 thousandths, almost 9 thousandths of a second. And it didn't help him at all. All right, next up in the Fun and Sun, Boats and Tackle and Yamaha left-hand lane. Boat number 762 is Delaney Head. Running for John Nodler. Calls the boat Head Start. Thanks to neighbor John and family. She's your number 4 qualifier right now with a 12.54, and she's dialed in at a 12.3. In the Pat Kinsey Drywall right lane is Raven Broadway. Calls the boat the Golden Child. Sponsored by Family Power Sports, Spring Creek Marina and RV Park, Petroplex Oilfield Services, RV Repair Crew, Kent Elliott Roofing, Hawkins Battery and Golf Carts, Miss Matthews, T-shirts and more. Bottled up, Papa with the bald head. So Raven Broadway drops to the number 5 qualifying spot. He ran a 10.53 with a 5 on a 10.43 dial-in. And Delaney Head will be their number 4 qualifier at the end of round 3. Modified Eliminator. Need you guys at the in-ramp, please. Modified Eliminator. Need your boats at the in-ramp. Top Eliminator. Need you guys warmed up and ready to go. Pro Eliminator. Be on deck. You guys are coming up quickly. All right, here we go. In the Fun and Sun, Boats and Tackle and Yamaha left lane. Boat number 115 is Leighton Pippinger. Out of Blanco, Texas, calls the boat Voodoo Therapy. Thanks to Grana and Grandad, WCR, Buffalo Management, 4K Enterprises, RESP, and Trinity Ministries. Dialed in at a 14 and 45. In the Pat Kinsey Drywall right lane, boat number 232 is Jody Smith. Calls the boat Lil Maniac. Thank you to Jimmy and Priscilla Kemp for letting me race their ski. 4K Enterprises, WCR Construction, David Carroll Racing, Trinity Racing Ministries, RESP, her papa Maniac Mike, Chloe and Kate Genesek, David and Deb Carroll, Tatum Graham, Zachary Ponzio, and the United States Marine Corps. All right, so Jody Smith moves up from number 10 to the number 6 qualifying spot. Dialed in a 1463, ran a 1475. And Leighton Pippinger, going to stay in the number 4. Oh, I take it back. Going to drop all the way down to number 8. All right, next up in the Fun and Sun. Boats tackle in Yamaha left-hand lane. Boat number 738 is Jake Stevenson. Calls that boat Little Okie. 2021 Personal Watercraft runner-up. Looking to see if maybe he could be the champ this year. We'll see what happens because right now he's sitting in the number 11 qualifying spot. He's dialed in at a 12.98. And in the Pat Kenzie drywall right lane is boat number 1469. Colton Byler calls the ski stretch. And he's the last man standing at number 13 in the qualifying list. And moves up 9 spots all the way to the number 4, did Colton Byler. Check that out. Dialed in at a 12.39, ran a 12.43 with a 4. And that's good enough. Jake Stevenson, on the other hand, drops down from number 11 to number 12. Dialed in at a 12.98 and ran a 13.59. Just not enough to get it done, but good job for Colton Byler. A 9-spot jump in round 3 is exactly what he needed. In the Fun and Sun, boats and tackle and Yamaha left-hand lane. Boat number 269 is Nate Stevenson. Calls that one Little Red. Sponsored by Randy Ball, Top Alcohol Racing, Trinity Racing Ministry, and RESP. And in the Pat Kenzie drywall right lane, boat number 19 is Lynn Blackburn. Doing time 2, the name of that machine. Currently, your number 8 qualifier. So Nate Stevenson clearly having trouble getting the points, breaking the beam, but hopefully they can get that thing figured out tomorrow or before tomorrow. He'll finish up the day in the number 13 qualifying spot. And Lynn Blackburn will finish it up in number 8, the Doing Time 2 machine. She dialed in at a 10:38, ran a 10:51 with a 7. All right, and last but not least, in our personal watercraft, boat number 262 is Radley Miller in the Pat Kenzie drywall right lane. They call the boat Not Quite Miller Time. Currently, your number 3 qualifier, and she's dialed in at a 13-23, sponsored by Miller Excavation, Smoke on the Water Drag Boat Races, coming up next weekend, by the way. Her second race ever. Made her first race last month in San Angelo. All right, so she came in as the number 3 qualifier. She's going to stay there. Dialed in at a 13:23, ran a 13:27 with a 4. It was a very nice run, 0.5 of a second for a reaction time. Good job, Radley. We'll see you tomorrow for eliminations. And I believe that's going to do it for personal watercraft. We should be moving to stock eliminator, but I think we got another pro mod real quick. Looks like they're going to run. And over on the other side of the water, You folks that are hunkered down under that tree over there on the rock, if y'all could move back up on the road, we would appreciate it very, very much. It really is all about safety and keeping you safe. If one of these boats got away from us, there's nothing we could do to get you out of the way in time. So if y'all could please move up off of the water line, we would sure appreciate it. We don't mind you being over there to watch. That's absolutely cool, but please don't do it right there on that rock. Got Seth Walls in the 007 machine, shaken, not stirred, pro modified. Steve Walls, excuse me. Too many walls. I'm bouncing off the walls over here. Steve Walls, pro modified, 5.6 seconds. Here we go. Yeah. Well, that was better than his last run. Last run was a 7 flat. He ran a 640 this time on a 5.6 index, 135 mile an hour pass. All right, and now we're into stock eliminator. Modified eliminator, this is your final call to the in-ramp. Modified eliminator, your final call to the in-ramp. Top eliminator, go ahead and bring them down, please. Top eliminator, bring them to the in-ramp. Pro eliminator, start warming them up, get ready. In the Fun and Sun, boats and tackle left lane is boat number 817, Stephen Russell and Harry Canary. Zachary Watson and Chicks Dig It in the right lane. So Stephen Russell will finish out 3 rounds of qualifying in the number 9 qualifying spot. He dialed in on a 9-1 and ran a 9:34 with a 3. And in the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane, Zachary Watson in the Chicks Dig It machine ran a little fast and broke out by 0.06 of a second. He ran an 8.99 with a 3 on a 9-second dial in. And that'll leave him in the number 7 qualifying spot. All right, here we go. In the front and sun, boats and tackle left lane. Boat number 033 is Walter Doolin. Do it again. Doolin out of Kingsland, Texas. Dialed in at a 10:58. And in the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane, Rodney Blackstock calls the boat plumb crazy. Boat number 424. Driving for Al Kirshner in memory of Max Davis. Dialed in at a 9 flat. So Walter Doolin dialed in at a 10:58, ran a 10:44, and broke out by 0.14 of a second. And he'll be your number 5 qualifier coming into eliminations tomorrow. In the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane, Rodney Blackstock will be your number 6 qualifier coming in tomorrow. Dialed in at a 9 flat, ran a 9:13 with a 7. Here's your next pair of stock eliminators. In the Fun and Sun boats tackle in Yamaha left lane, boat number 707 is Natasha Cruz. Dialed in at a 9:26. And in the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane is boat number 982, Dusty Peterson. Calls the boat Collusion. He's currently your number 11 qualifier. Dialed in at a 9:47. Well, neither one of them improved their situation at all. Dusty Peterson turned it red by 33 thousandths of a second and then ran too fast at the other end and broke out by a little over a tenth of a second. And he'll stay in the number 11 qualifying spot moving into tomorrow. Natasha Cruz, almost a full half second to get off the line and then ran an 11:07. It did not look like that boat was doing what she wanted it to. She dialed in at a 9.2, so I think she was actually expecting it to run a lot faster. And we'll see what happens, but she'll stay in the number 12 spot coming into tomorrow. Your next pair in the Fun and Sun. Boats tackle and Yamaha left-hand lane is boat number 061. That's going to be Frank Mummy. He races out of San Antonio, Texas. Calls the boat break out another 1,000. And he's dialed in at a 10 flat. Currently your number 3 qualifier with a 10:01. In the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane, in a boat they call American Pride, that's Mr. Ricky Brooks, 1776, the number of the boat. Dialed in at a 9:27, sponsored by Cool Creations Boat Docks, Winger Race Engines, Central Texas Jets, Well, looky there. Ricky Brooks takes himself up 6 spots into the number 2 qualifying spot. That was a heck of a time to make that happen. Dialed in at a 9:27, ran a 9:29 with a 7. And takes a nice ride all the way to the top of the leaderboard. Frank Mummy on the other side actually loses a spot. Came in number 3, went down to number 4. Dialed in at a 10 flat and then broke out by 0.03 of a second. Ran a 9.99 with a 6 on a 10-second dial-in. All right, in the front and sun, bolts and tackle and Yamaha left lane. Boat number 80 is Doug Fox. Sponsored by Flying F Farms. They call that boat worst case scenario. He's dialed in at a 9 flat. So far, the best he's been able to do is a 9:32, which has got him in the number 10 qualifying spot. We'll see what happens. In the Pat Kinsey Drive all right-hand lane, boat number 0647 is Garrick Snyder. He calls that boat Young Gun. Driving for Jimbo Snyder. Sponsored by Rio Medina Truck and Auto, Rio Fab and Weld, Lily Construction, Custom Powder Coating. Well, look at there. Garrick Snyder jumps up 10 spots to the number 3 spot on the leaderboard. Check that out. Dialed in at a 9:27 and ran a 9:30 with an 8. And that's good enough to move him 10 spots up to the number 3 qualifying spot. Doug Fox moves up 1 point into the number 9 spot with a 9:13 and 8. In the front and sun, boats, tackle, and Yamaha left-hand lane is boat number 877. That is Justin Stewart. Calls the boat White Girl, racing out of Austin, Texas. Sponsored by RB Props, Brady Trucking and Services, Aquatic Balance Pool Services. Thanks to Bob Yorks, his Toho, Hardcore Harper. Big shout out to Wes Kahn, watching live on Racer H2O, drinking a beer in his garage. And in the Pat Kinsey Drive all right lane is Blackie Bame and Blackie's Magic. Well, Justin Stewart takes himself into the number 2 qualifying spot, moves up 2 points. Dialed in at a 9-1, ran a 9-1-1 with a 4. Blackie Bame on the other side, dialed in at a 10-29 and broke out by 0.006. Ran a 10-28 with a 9. Top alcohol, Top Eliminator, this is your final call. Top Eliminator, your final call. Pro Eliminator, bring them to the in-ramp, please. Pro Eliminator, bring them to the in-ramp. Quick Eliminator, start warming them up, get ready. Pro Jet and Pro Comp Flat, you guys are on deck, stand by. Pro Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp. Quick Eliminator, need you warmed up, ready to go. In the Fun and Sun, boats, tackle, and Yamaha left-hand lane. Boat number 157 is James Kemp. Sponsored by J&J Transportation, 4K Enterprises, Ranchero Concepts, Eagle Motorsports, Guy Hand Motorsports, and FloatFix.com in Tyler, Texas. They call that boat Side Chick. And in the Pat Kinsey Drywall right lane, boat number 572 is Tyler Bame out of Rio Medina, Texas. Sponsored by Walton Construction Services, Ed and Debbie Konixny? There you go, BB Farms. Oh my goodness. Rio Medina Truck and Auto. She told me if I screwed it up, she wouldn't care. Custom Powder Coating, Texas Car Barn and Trinity Racing Ministries. They call that boat Slippery Pickle. Here we go. You know, Tyler Bame, the boat hasn't sounded quite right today, but it sounded really good right there. Ran a 769 on an 8-second index and broke out by over 0.3 of a second, but that was a nice run, and it'll leave him in the number 5 qualifying spot moving into tomorrow. James Kemp on an 8-second index ran a 795 with a 9 and broke out by 0.04 of a second, and that'll leave him in the number 3 qualifying spot. Next up in the Fun and Sun, boats, tackle, and Yamaha left-hand lane. Boat number 311 is Andrew Decker out of Buckholz, Texas. They call the boat In Too Deep. Sponsored by GNC Machinery, Robert Moore, Easy Tire, CMT Mobile Services, Samantha, Danny and Christine Springer, Looking Pretty Decals, and also a thanks to his wife and kids. And in the Pat Kinsey Drywall right-hand lane, boat number 402 is Melton Whittlesey. Sponsored by Infamous Brewing, Lakeway Signs, and his crew chief, Daryl Heston. They call that boat Little Bud. So Andrew Decker jumps early, 0.27 of a second too fast, and then broke out at the top end as well, ran a 799 with a 7 on an 8-second index, and that'll leave him in the number 8 spot moving into tomorrow. And in the Pat Kinsey Drywall right lane, Melton Whittlesey, 0.33 of a second for reaction time, ran an 884 with a 2, and that'll leave him number 6. All right, here comes your next pair. In the Fun and Sun, boats, tackle, and Yamaha left-hand lane, boat number 1111 is Stephen Walls. They call that boat Happy Hour, sponsored by Fastline Fabrications, Walls Tractor Repair, Buddy E.S. Johnson, Joe Yarbrough, FPC Services, James and Judy Sheffield, Wayman Pitchford Incorporated, Schaefer Oils, O'Reilly Auto Parts in San Angelo, Williams R. Pascal and Sons Fine Woodworking, Extreme Barbecue, and the crew Jolene, Steve, Steven, Sella, Bruce, Michelle, and Tag. Currently, Stephen Walls is your number 2 qualifier. And in the Pat Kinsey Drywall right lane, boat number 794 is Lane McDonald, driving for Randy and S.A. Watson. They call that boat High Voltage. Sponsored by Bloomer Trailers, All-Tex Welding, Pat Kinsey Drywall, Tim Ortiz, SWAT Speed Marine, George Olson, Mom, Dad, Melanie, and his fiancee, Caitlin. So Stephen Walls drops a point to the number 3 qualifying spot with an 8:03 and 4. And Lane McDonald on an 8-second index ran an 8:02 with an 8 and moves up 7 spots to the number 2 qualifying spot right behind Jesse James Jr. Picked a really good time to do that. And speaking of Jesse James Jr., here he comes right now. He's in the Fun and Sun Boats Tackle and Yamaha left-hand lane, boat number 517. They call that one Outlaw, racing out of Tyler, Texas. Sponsored by Lone Star Millworks, David and Carrie Miller, Cedarbuilt, Eagle Motorsports, and JCD. He is currently your number 1 qualifier with an 8:02 with a 4. And in the Pat Kinsey Drywall right lane, boat number 314 is Austin Fugate. Calls the boat Minimum Effort. Out of Fort Worth, Texas, sponsored by Two Guys Marine, Fugate Construction, Beaver Fab, Two Guys Marine. It's in there twice. Tony Hendricks Engines, Crusader Sports Academy, and special thanks to Mom and Dad. He's currently the number 5 qualifier with an 8:18. That tells you how tight the top 4 are. So Gary said, let's do this. There's 20 seconds on the countdown. Jesse James Jr. and Outlaw in the left lane. Austin Fugate, Minimum Effort in the right. Austin Fugate having a rough day. You may recall on the second round that boat did not make the start as well. And now again. So we will need truck and trailer for boat number 314. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for 314 back to the in-ramp. Tough luck for Austin Fugate. He's in the number 5 qualifying spot from his first round. So hopefully that will hold and they can get whatever it is figured out tonight and get that thing back into running tomorrow. We'll see how it goes. Jesse James Jr. on the other side. Check this out. Ran an 8:02 on an 8 index. And that'll keep him in the number 1 qualifying spot. That improves the run he made last round. But he will finish out today your number 1 qualifier. Quick Eliminator, need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Quick Eliminator, I need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Pro Jet and Pro Comp Flat, need you guys warmed up, ready to go. Pro Jet and Pro Comp Flat, need you guys warmed up and ready to go. Pro Outlaw, be standing by. You guys will be coming up after that. All right, here comes your next pair of modified eliminators in the Fun and Sun. Boats tackling Yamaha left-hand lane. Boat number 345, is Jeremy Alexander. Oh. So I don't know if you saw that or not, but Jeremy Alexander was all kinds of sideways at the start line. He managed to get it turned in time, but I imagine Gary's not happy with him. 1.12 seconds to get off the line, and then a little fast at the top end, ran a 7:97, and he'll finish the day the number 10 qualifier. Grant Snyder on the other side, boat number 0657. They call that one Big Iron. He ran an 8:11 with a 9, 8:11 with a 9, and moves himself up 4 spots into the number 4 qualifying spot to finish the day. So Colton just came back up here and said that he went and got a snow cone at Shiver Me Shavers, and he highly recommends. So, so you should cruise over there and grab one. They got snow cones, they got smoothies, they got iced coffees. Shiver Me Shavers. Jeremy's over there ready to take care of you. All right, boat number 314 going to try again. Austin Fugate, minimum effort. All right. Well, he made the pass. He was 1.14, almost 1.15 seconds slower than he wanted to be. But you know what? Out of the last 2 rounds, that's the first time he's made it down the track. So we'll take it. And he'll finish out the day in the number 6 qualifying spot. All right, now moving into top eliminator on a 7-second index. In the Fun and Sun, boats and tackle left lane. Boat number 494 is George Olson out of Galveston, Texas. Calls the boat Money Well Wasted. Sponsored by Olson Piling. And in the Pat Kinsey Drywall right lane, boat number 655. They call that boat Vanishing Breed. That is Ashley Winslet out of Dallas, Texas. Sponsored by Rebecca Banks. Fast Line for Fabrications. Thanks to Mom, Dad, Brian, Chantel, Ryder, Nancy Stacks, Bill Diaz. Racing for the Davises, her mentors and family. Jerry, Nancy, and Max, racing in heaven. You will all be missed. Currently, Ashley is your number 3 qualifier. And George Olson sitting in the number 6 spot for top eliminator. We'll see how it shakes out at the end of this run. So Ashley Winslet missed her number by 2 10,000ths. Yeah, crazy. Stays the number 3 qualifier heading in tomorrow. George Olson also broke out by 56 hundredths of a second. And he ran a 694 with a 3 on a 7-second index, and he'll stay number 6. All right, here we go. In the Fun and Sun, boats and tackle and Yamaha left-hand lane. Boat number 715 is Jerry Branham. Out of Tyler, Texas, calls the boat Back in Black. WeSellGrass.com, Eagle Motorsports, Lone Star Pump, FloatFix.com, and Pumps by Chop, all helping to sponsor their season. And in the Pat Kinsey Drywall right-hand lane, boat number 050 is Bob Winder. Mama's Diamond, the name of the boat, out of Lake Hills, Texas. With a 701, he is currently your number 2 qualifier. Number 1 is Ryan Benson with a 7003. That's going to be tough to beat right there. Bob Winder, sponsored by Merrick Brothers, Hudson Automotive, Site Pro, United Rentals, L&W Materials, Action Gypsum, Lone Star Materials, and United Tool. Starter called for the lights. Got 25 seconds on the countdown. So Jerry Branham manages to make a move and bumps up 1 spot. Ran a 7035 on a 7-second index for 111-mile-an-hour pass. Bob Winder will stay your number 2 qualifier. Moving into tomorrow, he ran a 706 with a 1 on a 7-second index. Next up, running a single in the Pat Kinsey Drywall right lane is going to be boat number 405. That is Matt Miller, Miller Time, the name of the boat. Racing out of El Reno, Oklahoma, sponsored by Miller Excavation, Huffman Performance, Smoke on the Water, Allie, Radley, and Hazel. And Matt Miller not going to be running a single after all. Boat number 411 is in the water, and we're going to move that over there to take that left lane spot. In the Fun and Sun, boats, tackle, and Yamaha left lane. Boat number 411 is Ryan Benson out of Mansfield, Texas. Calls the boat Full Circle. Currently your number one qualifier with a 7003. That boat is a Curtis with a Ryer Morrison engine for power. Sponsored by Complete Wiring Solutions, All-Star Motors, Patty Doyle. Special thanks to Jeff and Stephanie Myro. Bo Myro.
So the next two getting set on the hold rope. Ryan Benson and Matt Miller. Matt Miller, the Pat Kinsey drywall, right-hand lane of the racetrack. What time is it? Miller time. There you go. The fire hydrant out of El Reno, Oklahoma. For Miller Excavation, Hubman Performance, Smoke on the Water drag boat races, which, by the way, are next weekend. So if you're around the El Reno area, or even if you're within 2,000 miles of El Reno, you need to be there. That is the greatest outlaw drag boat race in the entire country. It is next weekend, El Reno, Oklahoma. Be there. And Ryan Benson driving full circle, the Fun and Sun boat and tackle. Yamaha, left-hand side of the drag of the liquid drag strip out of Mansfield, Texas. Complete Wiring Solutions, All-Star Motors, Patty Dole. Special thanks to Jeff and Stephanie Myro. Bo Myro, the Shop Speed and Ring. Remember, top eliminator running on a 7.00 second index. And Ryan Benson, the man in the left lane, is currently your number one qualifier at 7 flat with a 3. Benson's boat kind of wagged the tail down there about the green buoys, and I don't know. Whatever it was, it worked out for him. 7:13.3, 106 miles an hour, a little bit off the pace. Matt Miller, they picked that boat up, 6:84.6, 112 miles an hour. The 106 reaction time for Matt. Ryan turned a little bit red. That's why he was way out in front. But Ryan, obviously, like I said, that little wiggle out there about the green buoys might have cost him a little bit of a lapse time. That's why he was only able to muster 7:13.3. As the next two get set. And we'll send them down to Brazos River here in beautiful Waco, Texas. It's a little warm out there, but I think we're all going to survive, right? It's about like this every year in Waco, isn't it, David? You've been coming here for a long time. How long have you been coming to Waco? 12 years. 12 years been coming to Waco. One of the greatest photographers on the face of the planet, especially for drag boat racing, not only drag boats in the entire world, in my opinion. Seen a lot of history go down here. A lot more than I have, and I have seen my fair share, thankfully, for the SDBA for that. So the next two, Fun and Sun boat and tackle, left-hand lane. Out of Greenbrier, Arkansas, Cersei Elrod driving Obsession. And Dawson Dickerson driving Dad's Pocketbook, the Pat Kinsey drywall right-hand lane. For Harry's Machine, Affordable Engine, Olson Pilings, Swats Speed and Marine. Current number 2 qualifier for Dawson Dickerson. And your number 1 qualifier as we move into Pro Eliminator. So we're looking for 6.50 on the scoreboard. 1 and 2 going side by side here in qualifying. Couple of nice runs. Dawson, I don't know, he was a little bit off the pace of 7:13.1, only 95 miles an hour. He's kind of struggling with that mile an hour all the way down the way it looks on my computer screen. Looked like the pop-off valve might have caused that. But Cersei Elrod was on the Christmas tree 021 at 6:55.7, 122.60 miles an hour. That is not better than the 6:55.3 that he ran earlier, but that is one consistent hot rod. And I'm sure that Cersei's Obsession is now with that 6.55 number because he's ran a couple of them at least here in qualifying today. Let's over the pits. Pro Comp Flat Bottoms, need you to the ramp, please. Pro Comp Flats, need you to the ramp. Pro Jet, be on standby. Pro Jet, be on standby, please. right, next two. I believe Gavin might go on a single here. Possibly. Gavin Snyder driving 6 to midnight. Fun and Sun Boat and Tackle left-hand lane out of Rio Medina, Texas. For Snyder Motorsports, Napa, Rio Medina Truck and Auto, Rio Fab and Welding, Custom Powder Coating, 4-Way Bar and Grill, Trinity Racing Ministries, Lilly Construction, Long's Machinists, Reagan and Angie Everett, Guild Mortgage, Postal Annex, Your Home Office, Rowdy Tees, Twisted Tags and Embroidery. Thanks to the family and the crew. Gavin currently sitting number 3 right now in Pro Eliminator qualifying at 6.612. And my computer screen says that Jason Gothard's going to be alongside of him. I don't know if they're going to send both of them or just one. We'll find out here in just a second. Looks like we're sending both of them. So Jason Gothard driving Texas Red, the Pat Kinsey Drywall right-hand lane out of San Angelo, Texas. For Buddy Johnson, Steve Pruitt, Travis and Kim Doozer. Fastline Fabrications, Walls Tractor Repair, Wayman Pitchford Incorporated, James Brown and Judy Sheffield, FPC Services. Special thanks to the crew chief, Terry Marshall and the family, Wayne Jackson, Joe Yarborough, Jerry and Jessica Hardwick, Bruce and Sella Hodges. As 5 seconds is left on the countdown clock. One quick eliminator boat, one pro eliminator boat going down side by side. Well, Texas Red was hunting. 6'11" with a 9, 144.51 miles an hour for Jason Gothard. Gavin Snyder, 6'35'8", 140 miles an hour. He's got a pretty good ways to go to slow that boat down to run 6.50. He just ran it out the back. Jason Gothard also an amazing reaction time of 0.11. Gavin Snyder 0.60 on his side of the racetrack. Both of them making representable runs. Jason Gothard and Texas Red, 6'11'9" at 144 miles an hour. And that'll put him 4th on the qualifying sheet, right behind Sambo, Brody Martin, and Ken Jenkins. Gavin Snyder will be 3rd in Pro Eliminator, behind Cersei Elrod and Dawson Dickerson. As I believe Quick Eliminator is what we're going to be going into now. It's technology, you know. I mean, this is something new for me, you know. I'm from Louisiana. We don't have very much of it. So the last session of qualifying here on the Brazos River, a place where so much drag boat racing history has been made. Feels so great that the Southern Drag Boat Association. How many years has SDBA been coming here? A lot. More than I've been alive.
She said, "Oh Lord." I don't know.
Well, I asked Tanya because she's been to all of them. Back in Noah's time, Noah was the first one to make a pass. Larry Flores and Sambo Smith, the next 2 quick eliminators. Current number 6 and current number 1 qualifier. Sambo, your number 1 of the Pat Kinsey Drywall right-hand side. Driving Sucker Punch out of the state of Arkansas. For Sambo Logging, GNC Machine, Brazos Feed, and Morro Bay Mafia. Larry Flores, Hydroclimatic, the name of the boat, out of Las Cruces, New Mexico. Thank you to Dynamic Racing Engines, Pine Top Construction, his wife, Kim Flores. Special thanks to Tom Garcia and all of the shop boys, the Body Works, and the good Lord above. So Larry's got to slow that thing down by just a little bit to get the number 1 spot. Did he do it? Yeah, a couple of 6-0 runs. 6:037, 137 miles an hour for Larry Flores. Sambo Smith, 6:055 at 140 on his side of the racetrack. 147 on the tree, 166 on the tree. That had been a fantastic drag race. Had that been counted, the margin of victory at the stripe would have been 1,000th of a second, or 4 feet. That was great side by side. Let me see, what kind of pictures you get, David? Beautiful, as always. Gary Payne is trying to get me in trouble. Apparently, Noah's opponent in the first ever drag boat race here on the Brazos was Pawpaw Doug Materer. I didn't say it, Pawpaw. I swear I didn't say it. That was all Gary Payne. Please take your complaints to him. In 1975, that was before my mother was born. I'm serious.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I had to do it. I couldn't help it. Tommy is over here about to have an aneurysm.
So Colton, I'm back here at the RESP raffle. Or not the, the silent auction. And I'm trying to see what all they got. There's, it's a walk down history and memory lane, that's for sure. There's war party pictures, party to the max stuff back here. There's all kinds of cool stuff back here. They got some motorcycle seats, signed footballs and basketballs.
I'm sorry, I did not mean to interrupt you, Mike.
No, go ahead.
I apologize. Next two up, Ken Jenkins and Ray Mills. Ray, right-hand side of the racetrack, Pat Kinsey drywall lane, driving Blue Thunder out of Oklahoma. And Ken Jenkins driving through the fire, the Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle, Yamaha left-hand lane. Number 6 and 4 qualifier on the sheet right now. Ray Mills having issues over here in the near lane. Now, I do not believe that the run will count because it was 5 seconds that it took Ray Mills, or more than 5 seconds, to cross the starting line. He did get a elapsed time. That'll give him some data to tune off of for tomorrow. But Ken Jenkins, 594.7, 148 miles an hour. They stepped it in the right direction, but by just a little bit too much. So Ray Mills and Blue Thunder, they continue to have some struggles, you know, and then there's nothing that, you know, Ray wouldn't say himself. They are getting it figured out, but they will, because they know that that boat has the ability to do it. Lord, they went 592 in the second session of qualifying, so they got it. Just got to get it figured out. Ken Jenkins, last year's El Champion here in Quick Eliminator, will start tomorrow from the number 4 qualifying spot. Let's over the pits, let's over the pits. I need Pro-Jet to the end ramp, please. Pro-Jet needs to the end ramp. Pro Outlaw, be on standby. Pro Outlaw, be on standby. Pro Modified, Pro Mods, be getting them warmed up. Pro Modified, be getting them warmed up. Pro Outlaw, be on standby. I need Pro-Jet to the ramp, please. Did that make you feel old too, Mike, whenever I said that 1975 was before my mother was born?
Well, I was already born, so. But
translation, you're old.
I already felt old before that, so I'm all right.
I couldn't help it. I mean, you know, I'm still waiting on Pawpaw to come up here. And,
so I went back there and scoped out the auction, and there is all kinds of cool stuff back there. There's some alcohol, by the way, if you're interested.
I'm of age now.
Right, I know.
That's the last time you saw me,
I know.
I'm of age.
But they got all kinds of cool stuff back there. If you haven't made the trip back there yet, I highly recommend it. Go back and check it out. They got all kinds of stuff to bid on.
Did you place bids?
I did not bid. They have an AR-15 back there that they're bidding. I wouldn't bid on that, but
YouTube's going to censor us for that.
But anyways, there's a whole lot of stuff back there. So if you haven't made it back there, I would recommend you make your way back there. And proceeds are for RESP.
They're one of the greatest organizations in all
Absolutely.
of motorsports ever.
Yep.
Doesn't matter if it's land, water, it does not matter.
They are
Amazing.
they're 100% donation and membership funded. So all the money they make from this deal is going to go to help support their programs.
And for those of you fans that might not know exactly what RESP does, say in the unfortunate circumstance that a racer was to get wet. Just for example, out there on the racetrack, they don't have any dry clothes. RESP brings them dry clothes. They check them out, make sure that they don't need to go to the hospital. Any of the needs that they need after that, RESP is there for them. So an amazing organization, funded by amazing people.
My big old stack of raffle tickets that I've been buying at every single
What's the
race.
raffle for?
They're raffling a Yeti 110 worth
Now,
about
now with the silver bullets,
$500.
or what?
Right? No, not yet, but it will be if I win it.
Barely still counts.
But the drawing will be held at the NJBA final in Bakersfield, November 4th.
Here on the streets of Bakersfield.
Right? You don't have to be there to win, but you do have to buy a ticket.
God, but
you do have to buy a ticket to win.
It's a long way away.
Well, we'll all be in
Phoenix.
Chandler at that moment, so
That's a place you're familiar with. You go to Phoenix all the time.
I do.
You pass over the track all the time.
I do. Pass right by it.
You ever just think about jumping out of the helicopter and seeing how deep it is?
Negative. Because I know how deep it is. I don't want anything to do with
Not
that.
very deep, huh?
I like my ankles the way they are. Sorry. Yeah, that water's nasty. I don't want to be in that water anyway.
Yeah, you'd come up bald.
Even the drivers don't like putting their boats in that. No,
Not
at Chandler.
That too.
At Wild Horse.
All right, so we're waiting on our next competitors to get pulled to the hold rope.
So earlier, somebody came and brought me a set of keys. I got a set of keys to a Dodge vehicle that somebody lost here on the course, and nobody has come to claim them yet.
It
So,
sounds to me like I am fixing to be one car note less.
right, it's actually getting close to the weekend, and I would say, or close to the end of the day, and I would say that you should probably check your pockets and make sure it's not you that's missing your keys.
Who got the keys to the Jeep?
So if you're missing a set of keys to a Dodge vehicle, check your pockets. Come up and see me. Describe the keychain or whatever, and I will give those keys to you.
I know they're not mine because I didn't drive here. You know, but if somebody steals a bicycle or something,
You might have to walk back to Louisiana.
yeah. Pro Comp flat bottoms be the next up. First two, Frank Carter and Andy Comstock. Frank driving flat flying. The Fun and Sun Boat and Tackle, Yamaha left-hand lane out of Liberty Hill, Texas for Magnum Trailer Sales. His wife, Carrie Carter, the financial advisor. Yeah. Special thanks to the Relentless crew, Everett, Jarrett, Huddleston, and the Hudgens family. 698 the dial in for Flying Frank Carter. And Andy Comstock driving Whiskey Tango, the Pat Kinsey Drywall, right-hand lane for ACDC Electric, Night Sales and Manufacturing, Elements Salon. Special thanks to his son Chase and friend Tony for all that they do. He's dialed 635.
That's a Hondo hull with a Chevy for power, and it's a beautiful looking machine. Here we go.
Somebody is still on the throttle. What are they?
I was going to say, I think they plan to go all the way to the trailer under power. Let's see how that
On
works.
sprint boat racing is what they're doing. 637 with a 124 miles an hour for Andy Comstock. That is just 200ths of a second off of what he dialed. And let's see, the dial-in was 598 for Flying Frank Carter. He goes 602 with a 0 at 136. He will be number 4. Andy Comstock will be numero uno on the qualifying sheet. Pro Outlaw boats, each of the ramp, please. Pro Outlaw, each of the ramp. Pro Outlaw, be put over the ramp. Pro Modified, be on standby.
And
hydro.
Alcohol flat and alcohol hydro, be getting them warmed up.
Have a sit down, man.
Hey, Mike Starr,
Yo.
what do you think about all these amazing fans that have been out here all day, braving the heat, braving the sunshine?
They're pretty awesome people. We've had a few little contests here and there, and the kids have been absolutely amazing. They run around like crazy people trying to find the answers. It's been a lot of fun.
Gary, I'm not going there. You better go apologize to Paw Paw right now. Did he? Oh, no, I'm not saying that. Paw Paw might protest that. So the next two up, Cole Henrick and Tim Ortiz. Tim driving Never Satisfied out of Conroe, Texas. Pat Kinsey Drywall right-hand lane. For Pat Kinsey Drywall, Pat, Rhonda, Archer, Gage, and Cash. Special thanks to the wife for supporting him in this crazy adventure. Plus Milton and Jen Tolan for all their help. And Cole Henrick driving Flat Attack. Fun and Sun Boat and Tackle, left-hand lane. Driving for Jim Mans, Brian Denton, Vic Fugate, and Henrick Motorsports. Cole Henrick having a little bit of issue getting off the starting line, but it doesn't look like it affected it that much. He dialed in at 645, goes 659.9, 119 miles an hour. Tim Ortiz was dialed at 660 and goes 665.3 at 122. So we're starting to see a trend where the weather, you know, it's getting warmer and the boats are just slowing down just a little bit.
Absolutely. Tim Ortiz, that machine is brand new for them this season. They just started running it in Marble Falls a few months ago. And, man, he's got that thing dialed in. It runs.
I asked him how he was liking driving a flat bottom, and he said, it's okay, it's just slow. I said, what? It's not slow. He said, well, I mean, you know.
Did you get a good look at that boat? That thing is beautiful. It looks black when you look at it, but it's not.
It's a work of art.
It is absolutely amazing. If you get the opportunity, go back here and check that out.
I haven't been back in the pits and saw an ugly boat yet.
Well, that's true, too. Absolutely.
You know, and there are some out there. I mean, they're just not here. You know. All right, I better get out of here before I get in trouble. I love all you guys. Thank you guys so much for being here in Waco, Texas. You guys are phenomenal. I'm going to go socialize a little bit more because I never got, you know, I don't get to do that very often. And plus, I just saw one of my favorite ladies ever, so I got to go give her a hug.
So I don't think he called this round. But in the Fun and Sun, boats tackle in Yamaha left-hand lane. Boat number 238 is Vic Fugate. Calls that boat flat, blacked out of Fort Worth, Texas. Thanks to Brent Fugate, Tony Hendrick Racing. Tony Hendrick Racing Engines, excuse me. Two guys, Marine and David Carroll Racing. And in the Pat Kinsey Drywall right-hand lane, boat number 075 is Larry Skiro out of Highland Haven, Texas. Calls that boat flat and nasty, sponsored by Blue Water Irrigation and Landscape. John and Pat Heineke, Signs Across Texas. Joey Witterberg Construction. Charla Cormier with EXP Realty. Triple C Liquor, Four Season Ranch. D&J Construction. Thornboom Plumbing. Casaperio Equipment. Highland Lakes Watercraft. Thomas Mustang Lube. Houston Heat and Treat. Chris Osborne, Austin Ashland, and his wife Julie. Larry Skiro dialed in at a 6.18. Vic Fugate at a 663. Here we go. So Vic Fugate will finish out the day in the number 2 qualifying spot with a 661. He ran a 666 with a 5 on this pass. And Larry Skiro actually improved by 1 spot. He's now your number 7 qualifier. Ran a 623 with a 5. And here we go, another pair of Pro Comp flat. In the Fun and Sun Boats Tackle and Yamaha left lane, boat number 034 is Jeff Luring out of Los Alamos, New Mexico. Calls the boat Nasty Rumors. In the Pat Kinsey Drywall right-hand lane, boat number 099, Dylan Crownover. Racing for Jimmy Kinsey, calls the boat Bad Company 2. Jeff Loring turns in a 131-mile-an-hour pass at a 6:01 with a 3 on a 594 dial-in, and he'll finish the day in the number 3 qualifying spot. Pat Kinsey Drywall right lane, Dylan Crownover, Bad Company 2. He dialed in at a 6:41, ran a 6:48 with a 6 at 127 miles an hour. He'll finish the day in number 5 spot. Hey, if you still need to get some ice, or you're going to need ice this evening, need you to go get that taken care of. If you go up to the front gate, you can pay for it, $10 a bag, or you can get 3 bags for $20. So you pay at the gate, and then you pick up your ice at the trailer. All right, next up. He calls the boat Can't Quit. That's going to be Jeremy Dickerson in the Pat Kinsey Drywall right-hand lane. Boat number 987, Pro Jet. Running to the yellow buoys at the 660 marker out of Lake Charles, Louisiana. So far today, he's run a 377 and a 386. Let's see what he's got this time. Got himself a 374 with a 9 that time for a 140-mile-an-hour pass at 660 feet. And that'll leave him in the number 2 qualifying spot for the afternoon. Robert Ledbetter, your number 1 qualifier in the Honey Badger, with a 363.
ProMod, we need your boats to the in-ramp, please. ProMod, we need your boats to the in-ramp. Why did... So we're waiting just a second or two here and get some boats on the line, and we'll get everything going again here just momentarily. But that gives me an opportunity to thank our sponsors for making it possible for us to be out here for the party on the Brazos for the SDBA 2022 racing season. And we want to thank Acorn Waste Solutions, AMR Ambulance Service, Safeway Oil Reclamation, Ready Ice, Waco Tours, Texas Parks and Wildlife, Pura Vida Paddle Company, Texas Golf Carts, Crossroads Fellowship, the staff of Waco Parks and Recreation Department, the City of Waco, and SoCal Speed Shop here in Waco. All of those folks helping to sponsor the Brazos here for the SDBA, and we appreciate them very, very much. Also, a huge thank you to the ladies and gentlemen from Axtell High School FFA. They've been out here all day helping on the in-ramp and the out-ramp, bringing boats in, bringing boats out. They've also been helping picking up trash all over the park, collecting trash in the pit area and bringing it back around to the dumpsters. Kelsey Snyder is the ag teacher, helping coordinate all of that, but a huge thank you to the Axtell High School FFA for all of their hard work this weekend. We appreciate them very much. Also, don't forget, we do have food vendors set up back here. We've got Jasper's Barbecue with brisket, sausage wraps, ribs, jalapeno poppers. We've got Norma and Joe Donovan, got burgers, chips, sweet tea. Fat Stacks Concessions is back there with steak kebabs and drinks. And then last but not least, because it is hot out here, Shiver Me Shavers. Jeremy Williams got snow cones brewing over there. He's also got smoothies and iced coffees. And they deliver. I don't know. Do they deliver? Do they deliver to the tower is the question. And then we have Mimi's Busy Bees. She's got a booth set up back there with assorted cups and other items. Drag Boat Review is set up right here behind us. Fastest news on the water. Beverly Stokes and her crew putting together a pretty nice little newsletter or newspaper. And last but not least, don't forget RESP is having their silent auction back here behind the timing tower as well. Under the red canopy, they've got that set up back there. All kinds of cool items. There's history and memorabilia and helmets that are signed and footballs and basketballs and all kinds of stuff being auctioned off back over there. And I believe that what I was told is the silent auction will end when qualifying ends and they will notify the winners. And from what I hear, we're about to be nothing but capsule boats from here on to the end of the day. We got Pro Outlaw, we got Pro Mod, we got Top Alcohol Flat and Top Alcohol Hydro.
All of those guys still to run their third round of qualifying. Well, Top Alcohol Flat and Top Alcohol Hydro running their second round, but they only had 2 rounds today anyway. But nothing left but capsule boats for the rest of the day, so stick close to the water. It's going to get loud. And then don't forget, tonight we will be having the Celebration of Life for Max Davis. That'll be up here at the pavilion. They got a band coming down from Dallas going to play. And just a great time hanging out with friends and celebrating a really cool cat that left us way too soon. So that's going to be happening this evening here at the pavilion. So y'all be sure and stick around for that. Tomorrow morning, non-denominational chapel service will be held back here at the pavilion. That'll be at 8 o'clock. Pastor Mike and the Trinity Racing Ministries folks will be managing that for us. He did leave a note here that said bring chairs or golf carts because there's not a lot of seating over the pavilion. So make sure you bring some chairs or some golf carts when you come to church in the morning. And we'll see you then. Countdown has started. We got 19 seconds. Boat number 4, 5, Hydro Hysteria. That's going to be Jason Brandt, calls the boat. Well, Hydro Hysteria. He's in the Mackenzie drywall right-hand lane, making a license pass out of Ingram, Texas. Trying to license into Pro Modified. Should be a full track pass. Here we go. That was a very nice run right there. And on a 5.6. All right. In the Fun and Sun, boats tackle and Yamaha left-hand lane, boat number 777 is Steve Carter. Calls the boat Money for Nothing. Currently your number 4 qualifier with a 772. Hopefully they got it figured out. And in the Pat Kinsey drywall right-hand lane, boat number 521 is Rick Breathroad, and Wild Thing, here he comes. That was absolutely amazing right there. Steve Carter bumps up a spot into the number 3 qualifying spot, ran a 5:34 with a 7 on a 5.2 index for a 147-mile-an-hour pass. In the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane, Rick Breathroad with the twin turbos squealing. He ran a 5.18 with an 8 on a 5.2 index and broke out by 11 thousandths of a second with a 179-mile-an-hour pass. I want to send out a big thank you to Jeremy and Shiver Me Shavers. If you haven't already gotten one of these snow cones, I highly recommend it. Grab you one. They brought us some here at the tower. Take care of us folks that are sitting up here cooking in the sunshine. And we appreciate it. So, oops. So, So here comes our next pro outlaw in the Pat Kinsey drywall right-hand lane. Boat number 077 is Cody Childress out of Nemo, Texas. Calls that boat Bad Influence, sponsored by Travis Tuttle, Renko Transmission, TD's Transmission, Galen and Betty Childress, Ken Jenkins. Special thanks to his wife and kids, Bentley, Braxton, Brady, and Blakely. And thanks to Mama Judy. And a big happy birthday to Travis. Currently, Cody Childress, your number 1 qualifier, with a 5.21 and 1 on a 5.2 index. Here we go. Woo! I don't care how many times you see it, it doesn't get old. Cody Childress runs a 5.24 with a 471-mile-an-hour pass. He was already doing 152 miles an hour at the 660 right here at the Yellow Buoys. The rest of that was all between here and there. And he'll finish out the day your number 1 qualifier for Pro Outlaw. Y'all definitely need to go up there to Shiver Me Shavers. That thing hit the spot right there. Thank you very much, Jeremy. We appreciate you guys. That definitely hit the spot right now. But y'all go up there and get yourself a snow cone. Woo! All right, in the Fun and Sun, boats tackle and Yamaha left-hand lane. Boat number 178 is Daryl Mad Max Ehrlich. He calls the boat Out of Reach, driving for Doug Mader out of Round Rock, Texas, sponsored by Daryl's Equipment, Social Security, Retirement, and his whole crew. Special thanks to Jordan Hayes at Hayes Welding, Daryl and Angie, Chris, Randall, Yvonne, Mackenzie, Angela, and Dan. And in the Pat Kinsey drywall right-hand lane, boat number 832 is Jay Hutchins, calls the boat Aquaholic. out of Burnett, Texas. Sponsored by Magnum Trailers, Reality's Italian Cafe, RoostersRepairs.com, and Cody Childress. Special thanks to the crew chief, Dustin Hudgens, and the crew. Currently, Jay Hudgens is your number 5 qualifier. And Daryl Ehrlich sitting in the number 7 spot for Pro Modified. Pro Mod now running on a 5.6 second index. Capsules are down. Here we go. Yeah. So there we go. Daryl Ehrlich brings himself up 3 spots into the number 4 qualifying spot with a 160-mile-an-hour pass. 574 with a 6 on a 5.6 index. And Jay Hudgens moves up 2 spots into the number 3 spot to finish the day, right behind Henry Bainey and Robin Reed. He ran a 5.72 with an 8 for a 157-mile-an-hour pass. Top Alcohol Flat, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Top Alcohol Flat. We are ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Top Alcohol Flat. We're ready for your boats at the in-ramp. All right, here we go. Our next pair of Pro Mods. Top Alcohol Flat, by the way, now that the boat's not running. Need you guys at the in-ramp. Top Alcohol Flat, need you at the in-ramp. In the front sun, boats tackle and Yamaha left-hand lane is boat number 459. That's going to be Henry Bainey. Out of Burton, Texas, calls the boat Don't Blink. That boat's a Curtis 501 powered by Chevrolet. Sponsored by Ranch King Trailers, Schaefer Racing Oil, Western Airways, Rick Heidel, American Brick and Stone, Gomez Landscaping, Hunt and Hunt, Central Texas Jet Boats, Roosters Repairs, American Fiberglass Repair. And special thanks to the crew, y'all rock, and love your Mama Alice. Put that out there. Woohoo! And in the Mackenzie Drywall right-hand lane, boat number 810 is Mallory Carroll out of Marble Falls, Texas. More Therapy. Sponsored by David Carroll Racing, WCR, and Trinity Racing Ministries. Mallory Carroll currently your number 7 qualifier with a 5:57 and 3. And Henry Bainey currently your number 1 qualifier with a 5:62. All right, starter call for the lights. There's 30 seconds in the countdown. Henry Bainey, Don't Blink in the left lane. Mallory Carroll, a little More Therapy in the right. Pro Mod on a 5.6 index. Third and final round of qualifying for the day. Last opportunity for Mallory to improve her status there. Let's see what happens. There you go. Mallory Carroll takes the number 1 qualifying spot away from Henry Bainey. On the last run of the afternoon, she ran a 5.602 with a 4. 5.602 and 4 on a 5.6 index for a 161 mile an hour pass. Henry Beatty ran a 5.65 with a 3. And he'll get bumped down one spot into the number 2 qualifying spot. She found it when she needed it, that's for sure. All right, so next up in the left lane, boat number 007 is Steve Walls, shaken not stirred out of San Angelo, Texas. And in the Mackenzie drywall right lane, boat number 115 is Greg Lampard, calls that one Anger Management. Pro modified, running on a 5.6 index. Here we go. There we go. Big Lampard moves up 3 spots into the number 4 qualifying spot. He ran a 5.67 with a 4 and a 5.6 index for a 160 mile an hour pass. Steve Walls on the other side. He'll go down 1 spot to the number 7 spot. He ran a 6.09 on a 5.6 index, which is not the run I think they were looking for. But hopefully they've got tonight. They can hopefully get that squared away and show up ready for competition tomorrow. We'll see how it goes. All right, in the Mackenzie drywall right lane, boat number 927. That's Mr. Robin Reed. Calls the boat round too tight. Out of Arlington, Texas, to Texas Outrigger, blown alcohol, 565 cubic inch engine. Sponsored by Two Guys Marine, Texas Outrigger Boats, CCR Fiberglass, NTK Spark Plugs, Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle, Trinity Racing Ministries. Special thanks to the crew chief Wesley Ice and the family, Crystal, Emily, Claire, Bob, and Debbie. Also thanks to the Tuttle family for all they do, and Cody Childress for the motor program. The crew is Bink and Bart Giles. Currently, Robin Reed now in the number 3 qualifying spot with a 5.62 and 6. Top Alcohol Hydro. Need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Top Alcohol Hydro. Need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Top Alcohol Hydro. Need your boats to the in-ramp, please. All right, here we go. Robin Reed, round two tight. In the Mackenzie drivewall right lane, boat number 927. Currently the number 3 qualifier. He's basically got to get a 5.601 or a 5.6 flat if he wants to take the number 1 spot. We'll see what happens. This guy can do it. Well, he didn't get it done, but he did make a nice run, and he'll keep that number 3 spot. Ran a 5:69 with a 3 for a 154-mile-an-hour pass. And Robin Reed leaves the day with a number 3 qualifying spot coming into tomorrow. We're waiting on our last couple of boats. We'll get these guys in the water here shortly. We've still got top alcohol flat and top alcohol hydro to run. I see them down there, some of them getting in. So we should have those guys running here very shortly. I want to thank our sponsors one more time, making it possible for us to be out here this weekend. I want to thank Texas Golf Carts, Crossroads Fellowship, staff at Waco Parks and Recreation Department, the City of Waco, SoCal Speed Shop Waco, Acorn Waste Solutions, AMR Ambulance Service, Safeway Oil Reclamation, Ready Ice, Waco Tours, Texas Parks and Wildlife, and Pura Vida Paddle Company. All of those folks helping to sponsor our Party on the Brazos for the SDBA this year, and we appreciate them very, very much. I also want to send out a huge thank you to the folks from Axel High School FFA. Those guys have been out here all day, helping on the in-ramp, helping on the out-ramp, bringing in trash, doing all kinds of stuff, helping us out here, and we appreciate them very much. Thanks to Kelsey Snyder, their ag teacher, for coordinating that and bringing those kids out here. We appreciate that very, very much. Don't forget, we do have a band coming in this evening down at the pavilion, or up here at the pavilion, and we will be celebrating the life of Mr. Max Davis this evening. So we would invite you to come back, hang out with us, or hang around and hang out with us, either way, and help us celebrate Max Davis and the amazing contributions that he made to the world of drag boat racing over the years. right, here we go. Top alcohol flat. These guys, absolutely the funny cars of drag boat racing. 170, 172 mile an hour boats on a flat bottom hull. Whole lot of power pushing that thing down the lane. Anything can happen. It's a whole lot of fun to watch. And in the Pat Kinsey drywall, right-hand lane is boat number 079. That is Marcus Kinsey, driving for Jimmy Kinsey out of Marble Falls, Texas. Sponsored by J&M Kinsey Plumbing, Chewy's Body Works, CP Carrillo. They call that boat Bad Company. Starter call for the lights. 20 seconds left on the countdown. Marcus Kinsey, Bad Company. Top alcohol flat. Yeah. Makes it look easy. 133 mile an hour pass. 584 with a 5. 1900ths of a second for the reaction time. That'll get the job done right there. All right, here we go. In the Pat Kinsey drywall right-hand lane, boat number 881. Out of Midlothian, Texas, that's Mr. Marty Logan. Calls the boat Living the Dream. Top alcohol hydro. Made a 434 pass earlier today at 204 miles an hour. Starter call for the lights. Marty Logan, Living the Dream. Top alcohol hydro, looking for a 4-second run. Looking for a 200 mile an hour pass. Watch that capsule when it closes. It's go time. There are 13 seconds left on the countdown. right there, 204 miles an hour. They've got that thing dialed in. Ran a 435. He ran a 434 on his last pass. Ran a 204.39 last time down. Ran a 204.33 this time down the line. 38 thousandths of a second for a reaction time. Marty Logan putting on a clinic. In that little top alcohol hydro. Nice job all the way down. That was beautiful. All right, so we're waiting on Camp Price. We're getting him up here. He's backing in the water right now. Actually, we're pulling him up to the in-ramp right now.
No, it doesn't, actually. It did when I did. Like pound phone.
Oh.
Restroom by the spectator gate.
So if you lost your cell phone, it's an iPhone something. No? The iPhone something, I don't know which one it is, but if you lost your phone somewhere near the restrooms, by the main gate, come on up to the timing tower, unlock it, identify it, something, we'll give it to you. Also, check your pockets. I still have a set of car keys up here that belong to somebody that I've had all afternoon, and someone is going to be walking up to their vehicle here in a while and not be able to leave, and they're going to be very disappointed in their day. And we still have a license pass to make here in just a little bit. So y'all don't run away on me yet. All right, here we go.
But we also need to remember to talk about the
In the fun and sun, boats, tackle, and Yamaha left-hand lane is boat number 904. That's going to be Kent Price out of Porter, Texas, sponsored by Onyx Services. Special thanks to Ronnie, Fanny, Brian, and Corleen for all of their help. They call that boat Black Dragon. He ran a 197 earlier today, 442. Marty Logan just ran a 204, so there's it's not like he doesn't have anything to work toward. We'll see how that goes. Kent Price, more than capable of making it happen. Top alcohol hydro, 15 seconds left on the countdown. Yeah. Ran a 4:48 with a 991 mile an hour pass, and that'll keep him in that number 2 qualifying spot. Headed into tomorrow. And we will see how it goes. Hey racers, quick announcement for you in the pits. If you need to declare into another class, you have 30 minutes.
From now or from...
So you have 30 minutes from right now. If you need to declare into another class, you need to come up and see Miss Tanya, get yourself some paperwork, get that squared away. And if you need to declare broke, if you know you're broke and you know you're not going to get it fixed by tomorrow, you can come up, declare broke. You have about 30 minutes to get that done as well. All right, if you want to get ice, the spectator gate will be closing here in a while, and they're the ones managing the money for the ice. So if you need ice, go up there and see the folks at the spectator gate, pay your money, and then you can go to the trailer and pick up your ice. I want to thank our sponsors one more time, making it possible for us to be out here. Got you in just a second. Got you Acorn Waste Solutions, AMR Ambulance Service, Safeway Oil Reclamation, Ready Ice, Waco Tours, Texas Parks and Wildlife, Pura Vida Paddle Company, Texas Golf Carts, Crossroads Fellowship, the staff of Waco Parks and Recreation Department, the City of Waco, and SoCal Speed Shop in Waco. I want to send out a big thank you to the folks out of Racer H2O. Thank you guys for hanging out with us today. You guys are amazing. We're glad you were here. Thanks to Racer H2O as a whole. Those guys have partnered up with us to live stream every race this season. You can follow them at Racer H2O on Facebook, or you can go to racerh2o.com and you can find the link. You can also go straight to YouTube and find the link for Racer H2O, and then you can watch the live stream, or you can watch recordings of the live streams later on. So there you go. You guys have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow.